How much of this?
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going down. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Welcome back to Criminality. We are covering the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed and her retrial, and we are on day number 16. We left off yesterday on the cross-examination of the forensic scientist 2, Maureen Hartnett, with Alessi doing the cross, and she should be back on the stand this morning. Good morning, Sleuthie.
I think Teresa, good morning. I think Teresa's like maybe so tired. It's one of those silly tireds.
I am so tired. I'm so tired.
You're in like you sound more coherent than the last time we started this early.
I think I went to sleep earlier last night than I did that night, but we'll see. So lunches are already done. Lunches are packed. One kid's off to school. I know. Yeah, it's like all kind of productive. My husband got home last night, so I'm not a single parent anymore like I was the last week.
Well, good.
Maybe it's just like the lack of, like, I'm like, okay, there's going to be some more freedom here. There's not as much stress.
Yeah, because someone else can do it.
Yeah, at least he can take half of it. That's kind of the thing. So he'll take one kid to school. I'll take one kid to school. He'll pick up one. I'll pick up one. So it makes it just so much easier than doing everything by myself.
Yeah. Oh, I know. But at least I only have one kid, so.
Yeah, well, I have three, but one is so much more self-sufficient now the last couple of weeks that it's kind of hard to count him.
Has he been driving like all by himself all the time?
Yeah, he drives as he goes to school. He's already gone for the day. He'll come home.
I've been trying not to bring it up because, like, I would be a nervous wreck. So,
well, I have him on Life 360, and my husband actually does the most tracking of him. My husband will watch him on Life 360 and like track his speed and everything else. I just make sure that he arrives at his destination safely.
Imagine what it was like back when they didn't have, like, my mom. I got in trouble the most.
Our parents survived. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't either. The most trouble I got in when I was a kid was if I would go from one place to another and not let her know that I was somewhere else. Like, we went to the mall and then went to
the car out at like 14 in the middle of the night, like putting it in neutral and backing it out. Like, my mom would have had no fucking idea where I was. I was just like, and I'm not a great kid. I was just kind of a bad kid.
I just think about like the stuff I know now and like how stupid I was.
You know how many times I was like out in the middle of a fucking field just drinking in the back of a pickup truck? Like,
it could have been murdered. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 20 of us out there just in the middle of fucking nowhere, just hammered.
Yeah, didn't think about that at all.
No cell phone to track me.
Yep.
Man, we were good. That was some good times. It was some good times. If one of my kids did that right now, they would never leave the house again.
That's true.
All right, you guys. So hi, Indiana Girl. Hi, Ems. Hi, Nunya. Who else is in chat this morning? Hi, Joanna. Is that who we got this morning in chat? That's our chatters today.
Joanna, yeah, M's.
But it was great, and we survived. That's right. Lived in a small town. We never got into it. I mean, we drove around in a pickup truck with a cooler in the back, and just so dumb. I mean, so dumb. So many times I could have died. Hello, Spring. What's up, Lacey?
Hi, Kim. Good morning.
Love you.
Hi, Snappy.
Oh, now Lacey's here too. I think people forgot we were starting early, maybe.
Yeah, they'll meander in. Okay, well, you've got this. I'm gonna go get everything else ready and get a kid to school, and then I will be back.
Okay. Are you going to listen?
I'm gonna listen. Yeah. So you guys, I just won't be able to talk to you guys really. And I'm just gonna leave me on screen so that because I'm on my computer, so I can just come back and be on my computer.
Okay.
Okie dokie. See you in a little bit, guys.
Oh no! Wait. What day is this? 16. Why did it send me? Oh, I see what happened here. Okay. I find it so hard to believe you were enthralled in anything that Brennan is doing. He's so weird. Oh my God. I was in literal tears yesterday over Brennan's socks, his checkered socks. And Joe Flipperhead put up like a side-by-side of the witch from the Wizard of Oz under the house and her checkered socks. And I was absolutely in tears. Let me get that other thing. Where's my custom layout I didn't name? Custom layout one. Oh, stupid computer. It always wants to try to like arrange the windows for me. Okay. All right, you ready, people? He does always fuck up. All right. You can't hear. Now you should be able to. Can you hear?
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. I say the Commonwealth.
Did he say the country of Norfolk? The country?
Massachusetts, this court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. We thank you for your patience. Once again, we worked out something here this morning rather than having you watch.
You don't have to explain every time, Beverly.
I do have to ask you those questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. May we have Ms. Hartnett, please?
We can skip.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hartnett, and welcome back this morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence
Okay.
Published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolk. Ms. Hartnett, you will recall discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross-examination yesterday.
Yes,
And you recall the discussion with regard to the weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to where we were on that topic. You recall that?
yes.
And I am now going to reference specifically what you referred to yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So my question is, did you find any sand or salt or any other debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's a big point in my opinion. I think we talked about that yesterday, or I was in a discussion about it on Facebook or Twitter. I can't remember. But if it was broken like this the entire way from Dighton, I don't see how it would be possible to not have, he said, sand, salt, dirt, even the spots that were all over the back of the car, all that stuff. It's like perfectly clean on the inside.
Now, and you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You recall discussion about shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please state what your definition is, inclusion, when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you.
Or a skin cell collection.
Now turning and changing topics. There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150, and Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side. Alrighty, so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is what color would you like to call that T-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange T-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange T-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from from each of these two items or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn
just
the
a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay
I
with
can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just if
I'm
she could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
Yes, I can speak up. My
If you
apologies.
could speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank
Yes.
you.
Well, it only took
Can
16
you
days
repeat
for
your
that.
answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
With regard to scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than it came from one or both items of both of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
So the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the t-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such, so I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to. Thank you. And my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, am I also correct that there is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I label the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris?
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct. I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the t-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published. And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolk, could you please zoom in starting from the top so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this? And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolk, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolk, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off, can have that on,
Okay,
but if
that's
Ms.
great.
Hartnett
Lights
needs
on,
it,
please.
you'll just let us know. So is this the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolk, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected it and put it in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolk, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie. Do you know the journey, if you will, of those two items before you received them?
No, I do not.
The debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not the debris, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I did not have any information like that.
Is it important to maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence generally?
Generally, wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the t-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items?
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups.
I submitted the swabs.
The drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD.
I submitted that item.
The two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the t-shirt.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And by whom?
By the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by you, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was that your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I had no knowledge of what occurred, where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those Items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, it'd
Okay.
probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you. Bear with me, please.
He's so funny. 30 to 45 seconds.
So the questions I have for Ms. Hartnett at this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Thank you.
Not gonna lie, that felt a little
All right,
premature,
Brennan, any redirect?
Yes.
but I'm not the lawyers, so I'm sure they know what they're doing. He did ask everyone, so.
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form. Sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Sorry, Mr. Brennan. Your Honor, objection. Can we have a sidebar, please? It's important.
Okay.
So here's my thing. The whole, like, they did the best they could. It was a blizzard. That's like not an excuse for me. So it doesn't matter what circumstances there were.
The coloring in those cups, do you know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I do not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And
Like,
you
it
weren't at the
literally
scene
doesn't
that
matter.
morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know that what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Have you said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I had spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described?
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question.
Okay. Why don't I show you a similar video that you were shown yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear. I'm going to ask you to take a look at video 125. Can we stop that, please? And can you see that's 5:51:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
So I just want to say he's like bringing up red, the color red. Like this means the taillight is there. You see the red on the taillight, but like there's red other places too that are not red. What even is this? How is this clarified in any way?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702. And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast forward, please.
So that's the footage we saw yesterday of it falling off at 9 something. What was that? I just saw a person.
Please.
What? Did you see that? Did you see that person that appeared for like a second, a nanosecond? Right here?
But no footage of him coming in, coming out, walking over, like just one piece of him. Hold on. Right here. What the fuck is that?
Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29th, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there are ring videos of that car from January 28th, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57. '57, 57. Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
Okay. And do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Yes, sustained.
Well, you were asked about, you can take that down. You were asked about who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight,
Oh, Hank.
and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
Hank, you sound crazy.
If strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure.
Did
When you
know
look
that?
at an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
And if an item like blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I would be looking for any item of evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that would potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Liston?
Oh. Okay. All right, then. Why are you so weird, Hank?
If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished. Would it be acceptable to move it along if Ms. oh, you have it? Okay. If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes.
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray.
Now, these right here, there's a lot of them. There's more than just this one, these holes. This is why I have a problem with the shirts all of a sudden being laminated and put inside. Like, I would be pushing for the jury to be able to take those out of whatever that is that he did to them. Because I could guarantee you that these are not visible in their little encasing, whatever that is.
Hoodie, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't.
Did you check for DNA? Or like shavings from like a tool to see if it came from a tool? Like, what does damage analysis mean? I would think that would mean I need to figure out what caused this. I don't know.
Do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
Your
All right,
Honor.
Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't
Oh.
sure when was appropriate to do that.
Okay.
What?
Do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Leslie asked me the question.
Your Honor,
What?
are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
Yeah, you can't just correct the record in front of the jury. Nobody knows what you're about to say.
All right, so Ms. Harnett, I am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
then.
Oh, interesting. You're not allowed to correct the record. Now I'm curious what it was going to be. Huh.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, who is your next witness?
Next witness is Dr. Sleuthie.
Well, I knew they were going to call her.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, of course. Dr. Scordy Bello. She was not great for the prosecution last trial. I'm assuming when they went up there, since Alessi is who she wanted to correct the record with, he probably said, I don't care what it is she's going to try to say now, that she's had all night to think about it and watch her testimony or do research or whatever. No, she's not going to correct the record today. By the way, I like Dr. Scordy Bello. So guys, this is the medical examiner that did John's autopsy.
told us the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, the whole truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
He's like,
All
"Bev,
right,
I don't
Mr.
like
Brennan,
you."
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Irini Scoribello. That's spelled IRINISCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, I am, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death.
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without.
Oh man, I thought the next thing was going to be, could you determine the manner of death here? Spoiler alert, the answer is no.
Too much detail. Can you describe for the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight. And then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's in general what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or two different things?
They're two completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the two of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease,
Is that them?
diabetes.
Is that them or me? Is my computer dinging somewhere? I was hearing that shit yesterday too, and I didn't know if it was us.
Cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both.
So she literally, I hate to, I know I'm spoiling this for you all, but I'll forget by the time she gets there. She couldn't even say it was an accident when she was trying to figure out the manner of death here. She couldn't even say it was an accident.
Physical and chemical trauma. Chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the 5th one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I thought it was just me. I was sitting here like, what? My eyes went cross.
When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion. The manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
So basically, Michael Proctor had enough evidence to know that Karen Reed needed to be arrested for murder, but he gave her all that same information and she couldn't even determine that a murder had happened or a homicide.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No,
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
no,
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
yes.
Well, I mean, they still work for the state. So not entirely independent, but I get what he's saying. And also, that's obviously why she didn't just eat up what the Massachusetts State Police were saying.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives
they better not.
of law
better
enforcement
not happen
or
again.
district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes,
Yes, I do.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, doctor, just.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She's hardly going to need to.
When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were two individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a law.
Okay. So Keefe and who else? Does anybody remember the other name? Because I thought Keefe, Connor Keefe, said he was the only one that went. So if anybody remembers whoever this other person is, let me know.
Log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things?
Oh, so they knew your findings and they still were like, you're a whack job? I'm still dying to, I know that there are people here who hasn't seen Proctor's testimony. I don't want you to watch it on your own. I want us all to watch it. But he calls her a whack job too.
Of interest, like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes.
Did you in fact memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us, how's that done? Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Do you generally recognize what these documents are?
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
And you just very basically describe each one of them?
Some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
As you are noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank?
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
And you fill out all the details you find important in your report?
Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission. I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Before you begin an autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 155. Thank you.
This time I would move for identification all photos of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries at Good Samaritan Hospital just for identification.
Okay. Exhibit JJ for ID.
Further, at this time I'd move for identification all OCME Office of Medical Examiner photos.
Exhibit KK for ID.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time I'd move all CSSS icon photos for identification.
Can I just have an understanding of the applicant?
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. Could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor. If you could point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
So both eyelids were bleeding?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made?
So Lacey, everyone did say that he had two black eyes. I don't know if they showed them in this trial. I don't think they have, and they probably will now, but they probably won't let us see. I don't guess the pictures of him afterwards, and it does look like blood is basically coming from his eyes. Like if you're laying down and you're crying and they come out of the corner of your eye, tears come out of the corner of your eye and like run down, let's say, your temple. That's what it looked like. But it was definitely blood, like not, I mean, they were bruised too. They were black and blue, but yeah. If you want to see, I can find it, but.
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids, and that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
Okay. I think this is the photo I'm thinking of.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scorti-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scorti-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you.
I think that's kind of bullshit. Like, what do you mean you don't have to look at it now? So you mean they should listen to her testimony and not look at the photos right now? I'm sorry, I have to disagree with that. I have to disagree that they shouldn't have to look at it right now. I absolutely think they should have to be looking at it right now while she's explaining it.
You make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
The last exhibit is Exhibit 156.
Thank you.
I'm assuming we don't get to see. Do you guys want me to pull it up? No.
Doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or when you were using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar.
Okay, hold on. Hold, please. John's body. Oh, wait a second. I don't have time to keep looking here. But is my spreadsheet missing John's pictures? It looks like it is. I know I have it in my Google Drive. Wonder why I didn't add those. I mean, that's weird. I can't see the chat, just so you know. Keith. All right, let me stop. All right. That's the most it will let me zoom in. Okay, so that's the most it will let me zoom in for whatever reason. But see, that's what I was talking about, like blood, like where tears go. Yeah, I'm assuming that this right here is the one she's showing them right now because he does have the cervical collar on. He's intubated. I don't know if there's like a straight on one of him. They could be looking at one that's straight on. I don't know. I've never seen one. But you can see like there's a bunch of blood on the pillow back here. He does have blood coming out through here. And, you know, I do agree with that. Like his eyes are obviously very swollen and like blue, but underneath his eyes, to me anyway, don't look that blue. Bottom right corner. These two. She hasn't said yet, but last trial she said that these might be from them trying to get like IV access. And then these are his arm. The right arm. And that's his head. That was the one laceration. All right. Lacey, they did 2 IO lines in the ambulance. So I always said, and I don't understand why they would be trying unless they tried before they got the IO lines. I'm not sure, but he had 1 in each leg. So
are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions? Yes. May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 157.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were 2 abrasions, 2 scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scotabello?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator.
I don't think she's shown any photos yet.
And
to the
there
jury.
was an abrasion.
I think everything she's done is from this diagram still.
no, I think they just
They're
switched
showing
back.
the diagram and then go into a photo and then showing the diagram and then go into a photo.
So like he's gonna show his chest and then show his actual chest.
That's silly.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I don't know why you need this if you have his actual photos.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'd show that you did this and you'd mark, okay, here's all your injuries, and then you'd go through your injuries on the actual photos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I think they showed him, or I think he showed them his actual face. He may not even show the rest of the body. I'm just annoyed that they were told they didn't have to look at them right now. I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, you could just look at them later.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely ridiculous.
You know, they're going to go back with you. So it's like another emotional. No, you're here and you're on this fucking jury and you know that the guy was killed or is dead. So, like, too bad.
And basically, like,
your silly Billy is on the stand. She's just silly.
You have to look at these, period.
Yeah. You know, we know they're hard and we know that, you know, it's not going to be easy, but this is what we need you to do. This is what you're here to do.
You have to.
Yeah.
And if you say, oh, you can look at these later, like they might go back there and not look at them at all.
How the hell are you going to know that they ever did it?
Yeah, exactly. They need to be looking right.
Curious if anybody in the if any of the Twitterers have said what the jury actually did when, like, are there any taking her up on the offer to not look at him?
Oh, I can look.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
see.
I'll look right now.
That's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation. But I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial.
Okay, so it says judge, and this is on Sue O'Connell's. Judge instructs the jurors that they are about to see autopsy graphic photos of John O'Keefe's body. They didn't need to look now. They will have them in deliberations. She further instructs how to consider the evidence. All jurors are looking at screen while the first photo is displayed. The juror who has had reactions to John's clothes is now taking deep breaths and notes. Some of the O'Keefe friends and family are crying. One juror is looking in their direction. A court officer brings them a box of tissues. All but one juror are taking extensive notes. All are looking at the autopsy photos. These photos and the explanation are clearly having an impact on several jurors, yet they all continue to pay attention, look, and take notes except for one. Then I guess
One
they
isn't
went
looking, or one isn't taking notes.
Yeah.
That was Sue, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. See, she compounds things, and then you have no idea what the actual. So one isn't looking, or one isn't looking and taking notes, or one isn't just taking notes, but they're still looking. You know what I mean?
So it seems like when she first mentions the juror who has had reactions to John's clothes is now taking deep breaths and notes. All but one juror are taking extensive notes. All are looking at the autopsy photos. And then she says, yeah, they all continue to pay attention, look, and take notes except for one.
Okay, so
No,
that they're all
one's-
looking, but only one is not taking notes.
Correct.
Got it. Good. Okay.
That's how I understand.
abrasion. So it would have been, you can
Can we move that down a little bit?
move it
please?
down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
Maybe a second pointer?
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his...
Oh, remember people would always say that there's none of those on the inside of his arm, just the outside? Well, she just said she saw one on the inside.
Right posterior arm and forearm. So not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front, there was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
Is that fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when you examined him?
Yes.
Will this is evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 158.
With the court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury. And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Oh, see, last time. So in the other pictures, you can't see these holes.
Oh yeah. Well, you can a little bit, but you don't see them as holes. But now that I'm looking at like them on one screen to the other, I can tell they're there, but not as direct as those 2 holes are.
So I mean, looking at these, somebody could have tried to get an IV on him.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, we think we kind of talked about that, and that's why they ended up in the leg, because they couldn't get one.
Yeah. Both legs.
Right, which makes sense why they cut his pants off.
We can see the hole. I can see the holes right here, Joanna. 1, 2.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, maybe she meant you can.
Oh yeah.
Well, if they tried to push any medicine at all, like that would also bruise him. But he also has it up here and up here too. It also looks like something right here.
In the later photo, the one that where the 2 holes is, and then the one that's in the middle, and then the one that's by the knuckle, those all blend together. And the other, if you look at your photo,
yeah, they all look like one big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, here they look separate.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know if this is like lividity or what. I mean, I'm sure maybe somebody will ask. I hope. So that would be the outside of his right hand. So his thumb's over here. This is the pinky side. I mean, there's this too.
Yeah.
That could have also been an IV.
Could have been. I've had them put in the side of my wrist before.
Well,
fucking hurts like a bitch.
It does. It hurts like a motherfucker, but I have not had it on the outside, only the thumb side.
No, I've had it on both, outside and inside.
Yeah, the inside hurt like a bastard. And actually, I thought they...
Yeah, I agree with you, ATS.
I thought they like paralyzed my hand once when they did that. Because I had a catheter, like a dialysis catheter in my chest, which is hooked up to like your major, like your carotid artery for when I would get my treatments. And, but they weren't allowed to do anything. They were not allowed to collect blood from it or anything like that. So they still like would poke me to death. And the one day they did try to go in that wrist. And I was like, you fuck is wrong with you people?
What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Like, that is just entirely fucking unnecessary to be doing that to people. Yeah, can't do anything but the treatments with those. And mine, and even then, like mine got clogged like several times, but that was probably because of me. Like because of my bloods, they'd had to replace it a bunch of times. But all right, I'm going to keep going. I just found it interesting that I could now see the holes. I could not see them before. And that these are separated, where in the other one, it looks like they were all just one big, the ones we just looked at, they were all like one big bruise. If it were one whole big bruise, then I could get behind it being the IV, but I've not seen it like where there's nothing here, unless it's about to clear up more and you're going to be able to see more. But the fact that there's nothing here and then there's another bruise, is strange. I hope they address this. That's going to irritate me if they don't, because I want to know exactly what that is. A better picture would even be better. I think this is lividity. Okay.
Yes. There's one here and one.
I'm going to run up and grab my curtains out of the dryer so I can still hang. I
Oh
can
my
hang
God.
up before
You're
they
not
get-
just washing clothes, you're washing your curtains now too?
Yeah.
You're like addicted, Sleuthie. Step
I
away
was-
from the washing machine, girl.
I was without, I'm about to break it again, knock on wood. I was without it for 5 days. So I got all of his summer clothes washed, like out of the bags, and I put the winter stuff away. And then I washed all of our clothes that piled up in that 5 days. And I've been saying I need to wash my curtains. So I was like, today I'm just going to do it. Well, and then I've not been on camera. I will once I get them up. But I've not been on camera because when my curtains, because I'm right by my sliding glass door. So it's like a double sliding glass door and a window all on the same wall. Like it basically takes up the entire wall. It's way too bright in here. So I'm going to go get them and hang them up while they're still.
And Sleuthie, you're making me
Yeah.
tired, dude. You're making me tired doing all this stuff. I've gotten up, packed some lunches, made myself a breakfast sandwich, and started a live.
It's not even like 9 o'clock yet there. So
I know, but you're being way too productive. I'm going to have to take a nap for you.
but I'm 3 hours ahead.
Hey, guess what? In 3 hours, I'm going to have sat here and watched this trial. And I may have some lunch by then.
Dear God.
Not washing fucking curtains, I can tell you that.
At least I'm not baking or nothing today.
Bacon. Amy Lou, is it unusual for his hands to be in fists? No, it's not, sadly. That's like they call it like when people are on hospice that their hands start to do that, and that's one of the signs that they're going to pass away.
Sad.
Their hands kind of curl up.
The courtroom curtains, that's true. They had the audacity to just put them up right out of the package.
Maybe
you had a whole weekend to wash them and put them back up.
you should contact them and let them know, like, hey, this
I'm
is how
telling
you
them it's
do it.
distracting.
Just start playing a song. This is how you do it.
I'm here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound or the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these wounds.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it a fair, accurate depiction of how his knee appeared when you did the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll get to the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
159.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury 9467.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No,
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his 4th and 5th ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures, or are they connected as one?
The fourth and the fifth, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 106.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
And did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance, thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please. After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
the internal examination. After the external is performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed with the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected and when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Questions are so fucking stupid.
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain. And I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes. So, jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes? Okay?
Yeah, you guys are boring everyone to death. None of them are back yet? It's empty.
Wait, is that live? No, that's
No,
not live.
no.
I was like, wait a minute, what?
No, it's break. Oh, I guess they all leave at a break. Paul sent to the back again. Somebody on crutches?
Who's on crutches?
Her?
Oh,
The hell?
she's got one crutch.
I thought we were close.
Is that Aaron in court today or no? I can't. No, it doesn't look like her. Never mind.
That might be
Is
her.
it?
Girl, I can't see that far away.
I know, I can't either. That's why I'm like, but I mean,
Why can't we hear them? What are they saying to her? Can you hear?
no. I feel like they're just waiting for the jury. I don't think anybody's talking.
I hear things. Oh, maybe they weren't. It looked like everybody was getting ready to talk.
Vinny, oh, can you go back? Can you go back a little bit? I'll show you. I'll see if Vinny's still there. When he was zoomed out, right there. Vinny's right there in the white. He's touching his face right now. Up here by the guard. Up into the, go up, left, left, left. Right there. Yeah. I was like, dang, Vinny's actually going into court. Look at him doing it old school.
He probably won't be back.
He's like, I just want to go for the day, just
Is that him?
experience. Yeah. He's not doing anything, I don't think. I don't think he's typing anything. I don't think he's doing any of the stuff that. And who's next to him? They don't have anything either.
These people are just watching.
The green, yeah, the guy in the green. Is that a guy? I think it's. I can't tell if it might not be a guy, so I shouldn't say that. I can't tell. But like, that's where the whatchamacallits are, the journalists. So they're supposed to be up there doing journalist things.
Yeah, because
where's Andy Baldwin? Where's Andy Baldwin? Get him to tell the journalists to start being journalists. Hey, Laura.
Doctor, when we left off,
Great.
described.
I hope he's almost done. He's boring me to death. She was way quicker last time. He hasn't even asked her yet, like, what the cause and manner of death was.
Well, no, he's not going to. Which one of them is not allowed to cut in one of the limines, they made it so she can't say something.
No, he tried. He tried to have and Lally tried this last year too. Tried to have the cause and manner, or maybe it was just the manner, redacted from the death certificate. But it was denied last year and this year. So she was asked about both of those things last year, but he has not yet asked her this year.
Injuries to the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked about your observations of both the fractures in his skull.
Yeah, that's
and
really
also
quiet.
Your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
The sound is really quiet.
Yeah.
It did seem like it came back much more quiet. It's not me. I've changed nothing over here.
Yeah, no, it's fucking probably Brennan. He's over there whispering. He's like, I don't want anybody to hear what I have to say now.
Yeah, but even all like when I said, what are they saying? Like I could hear like paper shuffling and stuff, but it was nowhere near as loud as it usually is. I don't know. I don't have that on, so it's not like it's making it go up and down.
You mentioned earlier that you use other resources, other testing.
Yeah, there it is.
Did you ask for any type of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine, and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report you saw before?
yes.
All right, introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In your experience, doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience
Nobody
with
knows.
what is
Nobody knows what his question is.
involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
I couldn't
And
tell
if
if it was just
you
me.
studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important
He's
or
a
part of your
idiot.
analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor.
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes. The cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death in your opinion?
In the absence of head.
Why is he even asking her that if hypothermia was not the primary? Like, the primary cause of death is the blunt impact injury. You're literally here to tell us that she hit him with her car.
No, because they want the hypothermia to show how long he was out there. But if he's not moved out there until 5 o'clock in the morning, he doesn't have hypothermia.
But she's saying that the hypothermia was like not enough to have killed him anyway.
Correct, which is what the defense is going to go with too.
Yeah, which is interesting because I thought last year that she basically said like I'm confused because I thought she said last year that the head injury, like he got injured by in the head, but then the hypothermia, because he was incapacitated and left outside. I don't know. I'm gonna have to listen to her, I guess, because I'm confused why he's asking her why it wasn't sufficient to be able to determine it the primary cause of death. So why would you want his primary cause of death to be hypothermia? Because that would mean that unless he was going to try to say that Karen dropping him off and leaving him without a ride caused hypothermia, but he could have went inside the house. So that wouldn't even necessarily be true.
I think the hypothermia just has to do with the fact that it's going to show that he was out there for a length of time. He wants it to be more of that. He wants it to be more hypothermia than the hitting of the car, because the ARCA guys will explain that the injuries that he sustained could not be from the car, and he needs it to be more of the hypothermia to show that it had to be from her hitting him barely with the car and then leaving him out there to die.
Well, that's not going to work for him, because hypothermia is not like, and I think she explained this last year, and surely she'll explain it now, but like the hypothermia, that's not like okay, I'm going to look at A, B, and C, and that tells me that you have hypothermia. They just notice certain signs and like symptoms of things, and they say that's likely due to hypothermia. But he didn't have frostbite or anything.
That's what he's trying to force her into saying.
Well, it's not going to be beyond a reasonable doubt, the explanation that he gets.
No.
It's basically like a diagnosis of exclusion.
And Thomas,
Yeah, no
they have, what's her name from California? What's her name? Why can't I think of her name?
Russell?
Yeah, thank you. Marie
Yeah,
Russell.
but they also put that here.
They're going to have the guy who was on
Melanie Littles. He actually did a whole episode on his own channel before. Like, I don't remember if it was before or after that, but he was really, really informative. I don't think that Hank was able to keep him out, but I don't know.
I think he's still coming in. But then they have their dog behavior person that they're considering an expert.
Yeah, so like Russell looks at the pattern of the injuries to be able to say if it would be consistent with like a dog, the pattern of a dog's bite or scratches or whatever. But
her experience as like an ER doc for like 20 years or whatever it was.
Yeah, and a cop and an ME, like all the things. She's been all the things. But like Garrett Wing could say how dogs typically react. Like when he was talking in that show he was on, he was like, it looks like a dog that had to re-engage multiple times. And that's why there's so many marks. Like it kept, or maybe the person was wearing a shirt, and when they're wearing a shirt, sometimes the dog can like lose its grip and then try to grip again. And so that they would be for two different reasons. I don't know what they're going to do, but him right here, he's barking up the wrong tree.
One's more like a dog bite expert. The other one's more like a dog attack expert.
Yeah. So one's going to tell you the patterns of dog bites, like holes, scratches, things like that. He's going to say how dogs act when they do attack, basically. Yeah, he didn't have it on like in the video, but he did show like a rubber arm or whatever to show you what happens with dog bites and stuff. All right.
Caesar would be like, Cora is not Chloe. The end.
Just bring the dog in and have one of the Alberts be like, come here, Chloe, and see if she goes. But I bet A, she wouldn't, because Cora is not Chloe, but B, it sounds like they mostly called her it all the time. So, I mean, they're just in court. You would think you should be like hyper aware that they're trying to say you killed your dog, got rid of your dog, killed your dog. You would think you would be like hyper aware and make sure you're not calling her an it the entire time you're sitting in court testifying.
No, they all do it though.
I know.
Head trauma.
Oh, wait, let me rewind a little.
In your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia.
I feel like she hasn't said anything to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. I feel like every time he has asked that, she said, I can't do that. She's like,
that's why people thought they weren't going to call her.
She's like, what do you want from me, bitch? What? I
I
told you,
wanna
it's
call-
unfucking
I wanna
determined.
call him a bitch. What do you want from me, bitch?
Undetermined, Hank. Undetermined means undetermined. I don't know. Well, she's talking in circles because he keeps asking questions in circles. He already knows the answer. She don't know. She does not know. She knows that the head injury was caused by blunt impact. She does not know if that's a car, a bat, a golf ball, a hand, the
Right.
ground. She doesn't know any of that. And as far as like the manner of death, which he's not yet gotten to ask her about, that's next. It's undetermined. She doesn't know. She can't say that he didn't fall and crack his own head open by himself in the yard after everybody already left. She can't say. She doesn't know. And he knows this. So to keep belaboring this is like bizarre, especially when you have your neurosurgeon that's supposedly going to say or do whatever it is that they say he's going to do.
Yeah, what's the cause of death?
Not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Not mine.
Regarding
mine
the
either. I run cold.
blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
Boom. That's it. It's done.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes,
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
Do you conclude your ultimate conclusions?
Yeah, you conclude your ultimate conclusions at the time that you're writing down the conclusions of your concluded conclusion.
Fucking idiot, man. I
It
just,
really is. He's like,
oh,
"Do you
it's
take-
so
do you
frustrating.
take
Like,
the healthcare data from the app, the healthcare app data into consideration when you're determining your
And he keeps
conclusion
saying
that
to
you
a
concluded at the
reasonable-
time of your conclusion.
if you remember last trial, people were all bent out of shape because Dr. Russell didn't say exactly those words, that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, right?
Right.
She didn't say those words. They're acting like that was the experts' responsibility to say that. Otherwise, they're like basically not qualified. This man has now said it about 7 times, and every time she's like, "No, I couldn't.
Yeah, no.
No, I couldn't." Yeah, he's too fucking wordy.
Yeah. he is. And then the other
Yes,
words
there
don't
is
even make
a-
sense. He's like, when he said toxicology earlier, did you hear him? He's
He's
She's all-
absolutely.
She's all, what?
I-
What did you just ask?
I can't.
Isn't
Death
it true
certificate that is
100%
issued
deaths are
immediately
not
after
murdered
the-
by
You
Karen
include
Reed?
so in this case.
yes.
Basically,
When you file a death
Listen.
certificate, do you include your
a deficit for certificate.
ultimate conclusions regarding cause?
No.
File a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
She's like, what?
Yes, there is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the
Write that shit
family
down in
in
your
order
papers.
to
I mean, obviously, the family needs to have something that says that he's dead so that they can take
Right.
care of his affairs. Duh.
make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate,
Oh, this is a really good point that I don't think he knows that she's fixing to make. Is that, like, to put undetermined means we've considered all the things and it is not able to be determined. We're not looking for additional information. You gave us all the information you have and we still can't determine it.
Right. So you're going to have to do a lot more investigating before we're going to say anything. Is Case here? Where's Case?
Well, that would be if it was pending. Like, they could leave it as pending if they were still trying to figure out, like, if they were still doing an investigation and then turning stuff over to her to answer some of her questions. Her saying it's undetermined means she got all that information. She's given all the information that they could give her, and she still doesn't feel comfortable saying anything. So it is now classified 100% as undetermined. There's no way for her to know.
She'd have to have more evidence after all of that. Like, something later would have to come up to give her evidence to change it.
Yeah.
is sufficient for the family to make arrangements.
Hey, Moon Turtle.
Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate in this case stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
She's like, must you?
She's like, you smell musty. Must you come up here?
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document as accurate?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
Exhibit 162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days passed, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Notice he didn't ask her about the blunt impact injury. Like, could it be consistent with a car? Could it be, like, he didn't ask anything about it. Okay. Does Hank smell of old moldy books?
He would definitely smell. He actually reminds, like, he smell like a box that's been sitting out in the wetness.
Ew. Ew.
That's what Brennan smells like.
Yuck.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Old wet cardboard.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Morning.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with
Mothballs and
determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death.
I heard that Alessi is a pharmacist. Like he's a licensed pharmacist. So like the medical stuff is right up his alley.
You mean like Richard Allen?
Well, he wasn't an actual pharmacist. I loved how you mean like Richard Allen? Dun dun dun.
Is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could, please move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident.
Correct.
You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use. And does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation. And what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner, that is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy. Correct.
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training, and forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No.
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involved the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method.
Correct.
And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, a collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I show that to the witness?
Okay. All right, so we will mark this as the next exhibit. There's no objections to Brennan?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll mark it first and then you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Squirty Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You could take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture.
All these are new.
Dr. Squirty Bello, do you recognize?
Who is the guy on the right? Is that Paul?
Is this Keith?
That looks like Keith. Is that Trooper Paul over here? They're all fucking bald, so it's hard to tell.
No, that wouldn't make any sense.
Who the hell is that? Keith said he's there by himself.
Well, remember I said when she said that somebody else was there too, I was like, I thought.
Is it fucking Proctor?
I thought he said he was alone.
Is it fucking Proctor?
Oh my God, if that is Trooper Proctor, I'm done with this.
It's not Bukaki. Bukaki has
It
hair.
could be Trooper Paul. It could be.
Yeah. I mean, there's quite a few bald ones, but they have to sign in, so we're gonna know who it is.
I was about to say, he's fixing to tell us who it was.
It could be fucking Proctor.
I can't. If that's Proctor. And what is like hanging around his neck? Is this a gun? Like, what is hanging around his neck?
That's a leaf blower. They carry him for evidence collection. It's like
Guys,
Teresa, I gotta know who it is.
any of the individuals in that picture?
Yeah, that's Keith for sure.
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right,
Who is
do
this
you
fellow?
recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognized the setting, correct?
Yes,
And you, if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
it appears to be correct.
Right. So you testified earlier.
It better not be Brian Albert.
That the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts, it's Westfield.
Correct.
but you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you weren't at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you
I have to
went
pee really bad, but I don't want to miss
on,
this.
for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes.
Who
And you were
are
covering
you?
a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
I really
And-
want to know.
What's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that? Like sign in?
Do you want to pee and we'll wait?
No, that's okay. I'm hooking you back up on my phone so I can take you to the bathroom.
Or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct?
Oh, and this person didn't, did
You
they?
mentioned a shield number.
Yes,
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who
I
they
know-
are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
Yes, the lesson.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police.
Oh,
But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm not gonna ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down.
what?
And, yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that
What?
to the, thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a
Oh.
copy of scene
I mean, is it a coincidence that now he brings up Proctor? Maybe. What a letdown.
photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? You recall that?
Yes,
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
yes,
And-
approximately.
Right. And the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct. You just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office, we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there'd have to be a pretty good reason why you'd want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined. You know, I want to, if I could, with you pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform, is that correct?
Yes.
She had
There
reason-
wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct. And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy, when the brain was removed, having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Pink, shut up.
I do.
I'll allow that.
Yes, she's board certified in forensic pathology.
She's like so proud
And
of her.
she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy. Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
So
Okay, he's like really pushing
with
for how
regard to
she did
Dr.
in order to stop
Stonebridge,
the hypothermia bullshit.
would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified?
I think he's also kind of discredited the neurosurgeon who deals with live people.
Well, Stonebridge is the chick that was in green last year with the tattoos.
Right. She deals with dead people.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, I think, you know, he's talking about how great she is, and I think this doctor's like cautious, like, what are you doing right now?
She's proud of her.
Qualified in some ways, or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustain.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm not going to have her testify, so I'm going to get it in through her. Try to. Sidebar.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney name, or excuse me, a doctor named Azik Wolf?
Oh, that's the.
No, I'm not.
Now I'd like to
That's the
move
neuroscience.
on to another category.
Yeah, it was basically, they were like, you can
Based
ask
on
her
the
if she knows anything
information-
about it, and if she doesn't, then you've got to move on. And if she does, then you can ask her further questions.
Yeah, but that's the Commonwealth's neurosurgeon, not Stonebridge.
Right.
He was asking about Stonebridge, then came back all of a sudden, started asking about Wolf.
Well, because it's like, where are we going with this? And he's like, I'm leading into this. And she's like, you could just get there, find out if she even knows anything about it. If she doesn't, move on.
I wonder if they're not even calling her, and they went up and Hank was like, we're not even calling her, so it's she can't testify for her, and our expert is Wolf.
Right.
But I'm not sure.
And that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis. Is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia, and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I do not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So
Shitty example.
applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, well, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found. And I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body.
He has like these aha moments.
Yeah, he does.
Hypothermia, but you can also
I love him.
conclude
Me too.
that a cause of death is not from hypothermia.
It means
correct?
pay attention now.
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down a little bit if I could with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head. And that's the primary cause, right?
Correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you referred to on direct as a secondary cause of being of death of hypothermia, but you used a little different phrase in some of your answers. I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations. Can you repeat what it was?
It said hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to.
I'm pretty sure she did say that you can have hypothermic changes that aren't caused by hypothermia. Like just a couple minutes ago, I thought.
Are actual things that I can see in the organs.
Yeah, basically, soul shine.
that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you used the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia. That's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information.
That's what I thought, Joanna. She did.
We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? It was, you brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis, scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you.
Now, Beverly,
What the fuck, Bev?
Beverly, did you not learn your lesson with
Fucking-
Yannetti?
Yeah, pull it, Yannetti.
That's exactly what the fuck I would do. Now, she just said that. So now I'm going to say something that I want to say, and you're either going to bring me up to sidebar or the jury's going to hear it because I just asked you for a sidebar.
Yep.
That is so aggravating.
What, if any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
Of course you don't.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr.
What a C word.
She's such a mom.
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries
Good job.
and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances. And at the end of the investigation, or at the end of, my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So,
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
so
Do you remember though from last year that there was this whole thing about her saying something like they couldn't have been caused by physical altercation? Everyone was like, where, what, like Lally was putting it in his filings and we were like, why would she just come out of nowhere and say he has this laceration on the back of his head and on his arms, but they're like, and I don't know what caused them, but they're probably not from a physical altercation. It's like, did someone say to you, could these be caused by a physical altercation?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's where he's going, is like, did they say to you? Well, you have to remember too, we still haven't touched on the part where Proctor tried to like push her to call it something else.
Yeah, they haven't talked about that at all.
Yeah.
But I don't remember the other thing you're saying. I do remember the Proctor thing, but I don't remember the other thing you're saying.
I'll pull up a filing, like literally anyone. He said it for the longest time.
you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was, coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information? In other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrase that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct.
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter.
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
I thought last year she said it would have been fairly, like, basically right away, but I might have imagined that.
I don't have notes from her, so because she was like one of the last days, and I didn't take notes the last 2 days, and then it was over, so I didn't go back and take the notes. So
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
Hank, shut up.
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that.
What
Mr.
person?
Rossi.
what?
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So
Stonebridge.
you
How quickly?
used the phrase brain impact injury,
Blunt.
Impact.
a blunt impact injury. Have I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in.
So my notes from her from last year does say, like,
If
I
we could,
remember
Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf,
that John could have been knocked out by his injuries, his head injuries, and unable to get himself in a warmer environment so that hypothermia set in. I remembered that. This time she kind of waffled on that, like saying, like, well, it doesn't seem that clear, because that was why I interjected earlier, because I was like, I thought she said.
What did Stonebridge say about it, though? Wasn't she the one who made the conclusion that she wouldn't have been able, or he wouldn't have been able to, and that he would have died closer to?
I do not have that. Like, I have notes for her, but I do not have that. And she went before her last time, so I don't think she's coming up. I think he's going to use
she's not. Absolutely.
the
He's
neurosurgeon.
not bringing her up. I think it was Stonebridge that said the immediate incapacitation. I don't know why in my head I think that, but I don't have her notes either. So
Yeah, this doctor basically was what made me think, like, so he could have been knocked out, but not dead. But because he couldn't get himself help, then he died of hypothermia. But the reason that the blunt impact injury was the primary, because if he had not been incapacitated, then he would not have gotten the hypothermia because he could have moved himself to a warmer location.
Right.
But she does not seem that clear this time. She basically says that it was the blunt impact injury and she saw some signs of hypothermia and was told that he was found in the snow and his temperature was 80 degrees. So she basically added that to the thing.
I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further
Okay.
that needs to be done. Thank you.
Oh God, hurry up.
Did you show it to Mr. Brown?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence. and it
Okay.
is in evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if there was any statements that Your Honor wanted to make.
So why don't you come over here because, why don't you come over this side?
How do you not know that, Beverly? You should know what's in evidence.
She said on cross that he could have been punched. The arm could have been animal caused. Arm not from smooth tail light. Said his tongue was cut, and that could be from a fight.
Oh, I don't think they mentioned the tongue yet. But Carl. And the girl John went to the movies with one time in like 1997.
I know. She thinks that she's so important. Who's this right next to her? Why does she look so young?
I was about to say, is this the niece?
No, I don't think so. The niece has dark hair. Well, I mean, she could have dyed it, but
Huh.
I'm gonna pull up her picture and see.
She does look very young.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think it's the niece.
With
Doesn't
Your
really-
Honor's permission, I would like to publish
never seen that
Exhibit
person before.
160.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens, pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there, and I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This,
Are we not going to get to see?
Yes.
that's a ruler
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
to show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right. So it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area. Is that an abrasion?
Yes.
Is he going to bring up the J?
And do you also denote to the left, almost like a J
I knew it.
type item
Mhm. There's a
going
J
vertically
pattern.
up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically.
So are you able to pull it up quickly or no?
What do you want up?
The picture of his head.
Yeah, it's right here. I already have it up.
I just want to show the J that they're looking at since they're not going to show us. Is that as far as you can zoom in?
No, I can go closer.
So go to the left of the ruler. See that J?
Right here.
I can't see your mouse. Okay, and now I can. Do y'all see that? That's what he's referring to. That's super interesting.
What is it?
I don't know. I know the speculation about it was that it might have been like the bar that sticks out of the weight rack or the weight bench. Not bar, but like where the bar sets. Does that make any sense?
I'm going to bring that up so you can tell us.
So
Right here, down here on the bottom. I thought
Yeah,
it was where they said he hit his head.
so not there. It's like that. Yeah, like on the edge. Like if you were to, because obviously you wouldn't hit it like head on, but if you hit it one side, like say the other one on the right side, if you were on the right of this and fell backwards and hit that, it might make a J. Or
I mean, that might be why I was thinking down here, because it's still the same kind of curvatures.
I mean, not for nothing, but it clearly is a J. Like,
for anybody who's wondering, this is a photo of the gym in the basement of the Albert residence. This is from there when they were selling the house. Let me get closer in here. Hold on.
no, they have two. It's not a mirror.
Like
Right there,
rounded
like
edge.
the edge. Yeah.
Or down here on a rounded edge. Here. Here.
Or maybe even where the bar sits there.
Yeah, let's see.
See, I mean, that just looks so purposeful. Like
it's a really tight little circle though. So that's
Yeah.
like the only thing, like that's a tight J. It's not like a big J. It's a tight J. So I don't know. I'd have to look at this closer and see.
Wait, go back to his head.
Yeah, I'm agreeing, Fluffy
You
Bunny.
see
I'm trying to
more?
think of what.
Do you see more? Like, yeah, like there.
I can't tell. It's just one
It's not as
dimensional.
obvious as that other one for sure, but
Yeah, this is a tight little curve, so it'd have to be something else. Oh,
I have the other stuff up.
yeah, but I was trying to go back to this one. Is what I was trying to go back to. I mean, because it's a tight little. I'm wondering more along like the lines. No, because it goes up.
Go to the other bench. What is on it? Like, what if even that thing that the weight plates are sitting on to the left, like up in the air?
Up here?
Yeah. Like, what about that? I can't even really see what that is.
Because it's the more I zoom in, it gets more pixelated.
Yeah.
The only thing is, I mean, that's a tight little circle on the head. I don't see anything. Now going back to like the other photo, I don't see anything that has that tight of a curve. You know what I mean? Right here, this curve is super close.
I wonder, like the clips of the
Hey, Anja.
So like when you put
Sorry, go ahead.
When you put plates onto the big bar thing, they usually have these like it's like a circle with two things coming down, and you squeeze them and it makes the circle bigger so you can shove them onto the end of the bar so that it holds the weights in place.
Yeah.
Are any of those hanging around there?
Let's see. That's kind of hard to tell on that one in particular.
Because even like if I'm thinking about like if something were on the ground and he did
Like
fall onto it, maybe it could be separate from the actual head injury itself. You know what I mean? If he fell on it,
it's called a cotter pin.
Floor. Oh, I didn't know the name of it.
Yeah, the girls in chat are telling us. I don't see one though.
Well, surely they're not like lifting heavy weights without them, because like, well,
Yeah,
at least one on one side. Maybe it's nothing here. Like maybe it's a doorknob.
With a J on the weight itself. Some are numbered, some are lettered.
Oh, true. It's a good thought. Oh, I thought the bars were heavier than that. I thought the bars were like 75 pounds, 50 or 75 pounds.
Yeah, normally they're about 20 to 50, depending on what bar it is.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's keep going.
But now you guys know what they're looking at because for whatever reason, they're not going to show us. So
Let's come you down and put you back up.
oops.
Yeah, I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
I am pissed that this asshole did not tell us who was in that picture with Keith.
The only thing I can come up with is that he's got it for somebody else.
Yeah. I guess, but that was a real tease.
But he made, I don't know if you read my comment in chat, but he said, the way he said it was is or were law enforcement.
I saw that, but I didn't hear that, but I believe
That's
you.
what he said. He said, the person would show that they are or were, I think it was are or were, or is or were law enforcement when they were talking about the sign-in sheet. And she was like, yes. And I was like, he said were. Why did he say were?
Someone said Brian Albert. Like, there's literally no reason that Brian Albert should be there. So I would hope and pray to God that's not who it is. But I do wonder if it's Proctor, because then he went to start talking about Proctor, and it just seemed, but they do talk about him a lot. So maybe it was just a coincidence. I'm wondering if he didn't sign it, like didn't put his badge number on there or whatever, so that they wouldn't know that he was there.
Do you conclude that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall and impact present that type of pattern, or would it present a circular pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Like concrete? Or
Is there, are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes,
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
yes,
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.
correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes,
Could be a gunshot.
correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So assuming a fall backwards and an impact ahead on, a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you, do you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is deathful.
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right. I thank you. So would you expect to see, is it possible if that was the manner of the fall that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
or little tiny dots from the stiff grass?
Did you consider at all in your evaluation well, let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question. Thank you. Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other consideration, any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries. And
I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right,
You said
jurors.
you want to take your lunch.
We'll take the lunch and recess. So we're seeing about 45 minutes.
Rise to the jury.
How close are we going to be to real time? Are we on lunch right now? think we're caught up.
I'm sitting here talking to my fucking self. Yes, we are.
That's the shit that I do.
It's been like, I'm like, why is she saying that again? I literally just said that. And then I realized I was still muted. 55, we're 50 minutes in. So she said 45 minutes for lunch and it's been 50 minutes. So
like, they should be coming back like right now. Okay.
Yeah. That's annoying.
See, it's good to start early, but then it's also like such a pain in the ass, like when we're actually caught up. So I have to ask then, since we're on a little break, I'm gonna totally go off a different subject. How many people in chat are paying attention to the Diddy trial? Sleuthie, are you watching anything to do with the Diddy trial?
No.
Oh my gosh, you guys, it's so crazy. I'm like hooked on it.
I have to pee.
Okay, go. Angel said some. BTS said me. Just the highlights. Well, we can't watch it because it's a federal case, so there's no cameras in the courtroom. So all we can really watch are highlights. So it's either somebody in court that's coming out and covering it, or, like, you know, so one of us that is watching, you know, the news and going over. It's boring because it's not live, but the info is fucking crazy. He nasty. Yeah, the freak offs lasting 4 days. Hearing Cassie crying, 8 months pregnant, it's heartbreaking. So I was trying to look for some updates right now to see what was going on for today. So I'm absolutely invested. I wish that I had the time to cover it, to go over the highlights. So I don't know. We got competition this weekend because I was like, maybe I could just do like a weekly recap because it's supposed to last 2 months. But I don't know if I can fit it into my schedule. Yeah, he was rough. Thomas. Yeah, I don't know. If I can fit it in my schedule, that I want to, because I am following it pretty damn close. And I have like all the documents for his indictment and everything. Who needs sleep? Except for I'm like old and I do struggle without sleep now in life. So I don't know. I'm going to try to figure out if I can fit it in somehow. I will, but it is something like, just to let you guys know, I am following pretty close because, you know, I've always been really invested in like the Tupac, you know, murder, Biggie's murder, how Diddy was involved in both of those, in my opinion. So like, this is all just, you know, this is all kind of coming like full circle. But so far, I will say, and I don't know any updates from today. So if you guys know updates from today that I don't know, I know that Cassie's on the stand and she's on cross. So that's gonna be fire. But so far, I mean, yeah, they showed that he's fucking freaky, but I don't think they've proved the charges yet. Obviously, they have, you know, many more witnesses to go. But as of right now, they've just proved that he's fucking a freaky deaky. But you can't, like, you know, you're not supposed to go around kink shaming people. So I think people really fucking hate him. I mean, I don't like Diddy at all. And I think people really don't like him after the video of Cassie, of him beating the crap out of Cassie in the hallway of the hotel. I mean, obviously there's domestic violence, but that's not what the case is. So I'm just saying that I don't think they really haven't gotten to the, you know, he's charged with sex trafficking and RICO violations. So we'll see. Where am I getting updates? Honestly, all over. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Chasing Truth. She's covering it. It's just super chill. She's super chill. So I like hanging out over there to kind of chat about the case. She's been doing nightly updates. And then, but I do watch, like, I mean, I watch TMZ. I watch Law and Crime. I watch Court TV. I watch all the updates that I can. That's typically what I've been doing at night, is watching all the Diddy updates. Popcorn Planet is covering
told you
it.
want to see me, I'll see you at Sidebar.
Followed by pound.
I don't know if he made her. I see. I don't know about that. I don't know about making her. That's something I think that is a little tricky. Criminality, can you kink shame Diddy and his palette of baby oil? Hey, he doesn't want his girls dry. He wants some little slate or his peeps dry, like some little slimy. No, he's definitely fucking weird. And I don't like the guy. I don't know. He didn't drug her. She took drugs. She took drugs. I think the biggest issue they're going to have is one, the age difference. But
Hold
I think
on, before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you.
The defense is already showing that. But see, here's the thing, Ricky Bay, is because they're already showing that her other partner around the same time was also 10 years older than her, and some of the things that he was involved in. So is it her? And it's going to be bad. And I know people are going to like freak out about that. But so is it going to be her and her personality, or is it going to be Diddy and the things he quote unquote made her do? I don't know. It could go so many ways. But like I said, I mean, I'm not defending the guy. I think the guy's a fucking piece of shit. I just am talking about the specific charges that he's up against right now. But she wasn't, because they didn't do the freak offs or any of that stuff for a couple of years. He hadn't touched her for a couple of years. So that's what I'm saying. It's not, I don't know. I don't know. It could go all kinds of ways. So, but in the domestic abuse is the state charges, which I'm at this point, it's probably going to be past any type of statute of limitations. It's going to come down to a lot to do with the male escorts, him giving money to other people to pay for the male escorts and having them cross state lines to come in. I mean, there's so much evidence to still be presented. This is all just foundation, in my opinion. But this is only day 4. His daughters walked out of the courtroom on day 1. I think they walked out on day 2 and 3. Every time they start talking about his sexcapades. It won't be hard to prove, in your opinion? I mean, you don't typically see the federal government taking somebody like this to trial if they don't have the shit they need to have. So I'm not going to disagree with you there. Now they're at a sidebar now, so I don't know. Talking maybe scheduling. Delana, that's a great possibility too. That's why he chose her, because he knew that her personality was going to be the one that would give him what he required in his relationship. I don't disagree.
We're back.
We're back in action. Oh, it is Erin back there. She's just not sitting very close to him at all. I think John was the better looking brother. That's me.
You are unmuted.
Excuse me, please.
Body in the Snow. I haven't watched it. I don't want to watch it until this is done. And then I'll decide if I want to watch them all. Yeah, Post-Punk Mama, I agree. I've never liked Diddy. I think that Diddy's always been trash. It is good. There's home video of John and lots of stuff we haven't seen. Do they have the video where he's like running into the room and making fun of his niece like they're doing the TikToks? I love that video. Zero update on corn rake. Let me actually look while we're live. I'll go look right now. It's taking minutes.
For the water, I'm good. Thank you. Bathroom break.
No, still no update on Todd Mullis.
All right, Mr. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr.
I've
Scardi-Bello.
seen all those.
Thank you.
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of
He's all quiet.
hypothermia discussion. So you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding, generally that diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, to just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Leslie.
HISTOPATHOLOGY. So that histopath information informed your hypothermia analysis, is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So do I have it correct? And let's start with the pancreas. That you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
Yeah, he's like, you're making her pull out the big guns. Poor Kurt.
And I
Court clerk is
specifically,
like, I don't
if it
smell
helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at
Page 4.
the report of autopsy. It's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder, and pancreas is 1. And then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And then, and the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right. Are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion and patchy parenchymal, that's parenchymal hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances I was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
Express yourself with bold designs, classic looks, and vibrant colors from brand.
And under that, under pancreas in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry, I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that
Sure.
might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. I don't
Thanks.
think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor. May I approve? Yeah, put your.
Yep,
Thank
just
you.
show Mr. Brennan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you, just that section.
She does not like listening to a Leslie talk at
And
all.
once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me.
Okay.
Interesting. One juror looks confused about why they're talking about the pancreas. Jeez, Bev.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes. The initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital. And it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference.
So now he's walking to a house and he was at a
Yep.
party.
Uh-huh.
Reference to some sort of altercation or
Hold on.
dispute with some sort of altercation or there was
Whoa, whoa,
reference
whoa.
to some sort
I know. There was reference to some sort of.
was there was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustain.
What?
Or disregard that.
What?
Move on with this, Mr. Leslie. With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes. In terms of
This is on her
the
report.
differential diagnosis concept that we were talking,
Yeah, but she's talking about what things she was told. And there was reference to some kind of altercation.
Hmm.
about before. Based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I'm going to allow that.
She doesn't know.
initially no.
Let's go to significance, if any, of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony on that subject?
All right, I'll see you at 10.
Oh, for crying out loud.
We don't want her talking about anything to do with anybody else or him not dying there on the front lawn. He died there, and that's all we're saying.
And now we're back caught up.
Damn it.
I thought his question was something about, do you recall your previous testimony?
At the grand jury.
Yeah, so what? I don't know what the problem is. This is way longer than she was on the stand last trial.
Oh, yeah. Well, because same thing with like Bukaki, that like Brennan wants to get everything that has to do with any of the medical stuff in through her. That's it. And then maybe the neurologist comes in that examines everything after the fact instead of like Stonebridge.
Yeah.
Like now I'm even at the point, like since he put the medical examiner on already, like is he really not going to call any of the lab tech people that tested anything? Is he not calling any of those people? Because they should have been after Hartnett.
Yeah, I do agree.
Scheduling issue.
I mean, I guess it could have been, but I don't know that any of the DNA stuff even is good for him. Like,
so he's just going to, I mean, he's going to think that nobody on the jury is going to want to know what the results of anything were?
I guess not. It's hard to tell what he's thinking. I'm sure he'll do interviews once this is over. Well, if he loses, he won't.
If he loses, Lolly's going to be like, at least I got half the fucking jurors to agree with me. He's going to walk out all like big chested, all proud of himself. I have honestly no clue what the hell the jury's thinking about all of this. It's like the craziest thing to know everything we know, have a trial already knowing what those jurors thought, and then have another trial where it's everything is presented completely differently. I just don't, I have no idea what to think. And Bev is so much more vocal on her opinions of things, I think, this time. Last time she huffed and puffed a lot more into the mic, which I think she's turned her mic off now. She's better at that. And she yelled about being loud in the air conditioner all the time. But now she's just like, no sidebars. No, stop. Just we're done. Are you almost done? Like, let's go. We're over this. She already answered, Joe.
Earlier, when we got the shut off the air conditioner thing, when he was like right when he started, I thought, oh, it took a while to get us here, but now it's going to be nonstop. Now every witness is going to somehow be too quiet. She literally waited
about the air conditioner.
She's going to wait till the defense put their people on, and then she's going to shut off the air conditioner with every single one, so the jury hates their guts because they have to keep shutting off the air.
So true.
Love how McLaughlin is here again and has no role a second time.
Well, so she did Kaylee's direct yesterday.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. I thought
She's
that
a
was
bitch.
interesting. I was like, oh, so she's only allowed to talk when nobody can fucking hear her.
Yeah. When no one's allowed to listen.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
These may look like dentures or partials, but in fact, it's some of the newest dental implant technology. And
if the injuries had been sustained in a
All for bukkake.
Yeah, it's like bukkake. We got your teethers. Come get them.
different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative extra worries. At the grand jury, did you testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. You recall that?
Yes.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Called cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is an automated CPR machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device,
They
correct?
use
It gets
that.
strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
Yes.
I believe so. Yeah.
So when a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
Where?
In the stomach, in the pancreas, would you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
Yeah, he's asking the opposite.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging.
I feel like she was much more agreeable to the defense last year. And that he's like adding things that weren't added that she's now going to disagree with because she has to. Whereas last year they came up and basically was like, so you don't know what caused that gash on the back of his head. It could have been a bat, a golf ball, whatever. And she basically was like, yep. And I don't know, like it was way better to have her on and off than it has been to keep asking these questions.
Yeah.
But I think they have to, because their person that they plan to have testify is going to say that he didn't have any why did my brain just forget? Hypothermia.
Right.
Yeah. That he had no hypothermia. So I guess that's why he has to try to come up with another explanation.
Yep.
I don't know. She was better for them last year. That's just my opinion.
Hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach. Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae.
Talking about the inner lining of the
Inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, R-U-G-A-E, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just talking about the stomach in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach, in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay.
A Lucas machine. For anybody that doesn't know, it's basically like an arch. It's like an arch that goes like over your chest, and it basically just mimics someone doing compressions on your chest, but it's at the speed it needs to be. But it's just like an arch with like a paddle that pushes down on your chest. Oh, they want to see it, Teresa.
Oh, they want to see a Lucas machine?
Yeah.
Oh. You want to pull it up, or you want me to?
Yeah, I can. Actually, why don't we just look up a video of it real quick?
I just didn't know it actually affected the pancreas like that. I wouldn't even have thought of that.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think that this is better without all the extra, but I get that he has to set up for whatever, you know.
Hippler's going to live stream BK's trial. Good.
Goodness.
I mean, that was the original plan, so.
Yeah, I'd have been pissed if it wasn't. I can't tolerate any more of these ones that I want to see being private. All right. So that's regular CPR.
Ventilate.
One of the Lucas devices. Oh. We don't need to test.
No, just put it on.
Say it's like this big arch they put over it, and it's got this like plunger thingy, and the plunger thingy will beat down on his chest. How are they going to show us on this person?
I don't know. That person's totally fine. You're not supposed to do that.
It does it the amount of times. There you go. That's a good view.
Yeah, this is just to free them up so they can have their hands doing other stuff.
Yes. I would not want to be the tester of this.
No.
That's on light speed. Really, it'd fucking break your bones in your chest. Like,
yeah,
they're like, we can't.
Tappity.
Yeah, they're like, we can't be breaking this dude's chest bones. So, but now you know. So that's what they're referring to.
There it is. The Lund University Cardiopulmonary Assist System.
There you go. Now back to this lady. You're welcome.
So you've said that you're aware that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I am not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine.
That's a lot.
And assume 100 compressions per minute. That would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Possible.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report, the effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I do consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to CPR. Usually we will see some amount of hemorrhage in the soft tissues, but in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, my opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
My question was, does your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No.
And you agree that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging to the pancreas,
It can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues,
but including the pancreas.
including the pancreas.
He needs to leave it there.
Yeah.
Stop talking about the pancreas. You're losing everybody.
If you see hemorrhaging of the pancreas and you believe that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us the spelling of that?
I
Would
feel
you
like
like
she
to
did.
give it?
If you'd like,
I do feel like she brought this up last year. I remember them saying this.
me too, I prepared to give
ahead.
it. Thank you. Wisnewski.
Dude, I'm the worst at spelling things out loud. Like if I write it down, I could spell it for you, but like for whatever reason, spelling it out loud while trying to picture it in the air, like is really hard for me.
So can you just tell the jurors what Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, amongst other things. They are believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
Is it that you're not recalling what the percentage is for the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
Do you recall?
Hold on. Move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it. Yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
What?
There were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Yeah.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the word Wisniewski appears?
I did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Right. So you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your
Can you
report.
pause it real quick?
No, I used gastric hemorrhage.
Hold on. Up here, it does. It says Proctor and Keefe at a ...
What?
It does. Mavhawk, thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, Proctor and
That
Keefe.
motherfucker was at the autopsy, huh?
It's what it says. Proctor and Keefe at autopsy. Is what I'm assuming the ... is.
Wow.
I don't know. I mean, but probably like Mav said though, like the defense probably labeled it that, but I mean it is on the screen. So if the juror has good eyesight, I mean I didn't see it when we had it up on the screen earlier, but it is. Yeah, Proctor and
Yeah,
Keefe.
but I don't feel like
fucking Proctor.
I don't feel like they would save it as that if it was not him.
I don't know. I mean,
but then why didn't they rip on Keefe and say, "Why are you lying? Look at this picture. Is that not Michael Proctor?"
Who's this next to you?
Yeah. Huh. Why would they lie about that? He absolutely said he was the only one there. Because remember, we were like, why would they send him?
Did Proctor last year say he was at the autopsy?
I can't remember, but I remember
notes.
I remember this year with Keefe, him saying that he was the only one there because we literally had a conversation about why would you send like the most. He's never been a lead in a homicide for this. Like he was like the most, I don't want to say inexperienced, but like, why wouldn't the lead go?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask, and you guys are gonna have to tell me: did they ever say that this was the autopsy of John O'Keefe, or did they just say have her like, okay, can you tell us where this is? Like, what why you're over in the Cape and blah blah blah. Did they actually state that this was John O'Keefe's autopsy?
No, but she said it looks familiar. That it's the place where she did it in the Cape, which is not where she usually does it, and all that. Like that would be really deceitful if that was somebody else, because it's irrelevant.
I know. Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm looking through his notes to see if he went to the autopsy. Proctor said that his diarrhea of the mouth too. DeChico says rookie move, not going into the meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. And then Proctor says Buchanan and I had 2 conference calls, laid out the entire case for her. DeChico said should have had me do it, and Proctor says if you had, she would have said natural causes. They're like talking shit to each other. Says Trooper Keefe is the one that met with the ME. And then Proctor says, of course it was undetermined because she's a whack job.
So he could have been at the autopsy and then there was a meeting with her afterwards and Keith went.
And then DeChico says, dear God, what is so inconclusive about the whole thing?
I don't know. We got to argue with you, sir.
And then the next texter with DeChico and Kakowski. And he says, that's the text where he says, do you like women who shit themselves?
Asshole.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he says that yeah, because he's having this text with DeChico talking, and they're talking shit that him and Yuri didn't go to this meeting. Okay, that was all on direct. I'm gonna look and see. I'll look and see on Cross if there was anything important. But
so then, like I said, I mean, they could have attended the autopsy and then like Proctor left and he met with the ME. Keith.
Right. All right. I'll look on Cross and see. Let me put you back up here. So thank you, Mavhawk, for pointing that out. I appreciate it.
Emerges under.
Use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I want to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski.
She does not want to talk about the pancreas.
The term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right. So I wanted to clarify that. So now I want to move to the stomach.
Okay.
Do you believe all hemorrhages in the stomach are Wisniewski ulcers?
Not all of them.
Therefore, just calling them hemorrhages does not specify that they are ulcers.
There can be Wisniewski ulcers
without
hemorrhage. Be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage, the actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the gastric mucosa, and then start with that, Your Honor, publish that.
All right. So this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but at sidebar, right?
What I'd like to do is I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric mucosa.
Okay.
Start with that.
What number?
Your Honor,
Okay, so that was the one I was referring to that we did at sidebar, not in open court. Okay.
Yes.
It's for identification. It's NN for identification.
And I'd like to move NN into evidence at this time.
All right. All I'll say about this, jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Lessie?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So we probably don't get to see.
164.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Scribello, I'm handing you Exhibit 164 in evidence, and I'm going to also, with the court's permission, have it published on the screen. So whatever one is best for you to look at on the screen, please feel free to look at either one.
Oh, we see it right there.
Mr. Wolk, if you could publish 164.
I mean, it doesn't really look like anything. Because it's like just like the innards.
It's like, yeah, it's like his stomach.
Dr. Scribello, do you recognize 164 as well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red surface is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rouille before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right, so those are what you just showed. There's darker areas, there's just a few of them. That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor,
yes,
for the chalk.
Exhibit MM.
With your Honor's permission, may I show Dr. Scribello the chalk that's marked for identification?
Yes, and let's see what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scribello, could you please take what's identified as Exhibit M and see if you can identify what that depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of a stomach. Again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
Not your fault for these, sorry. Not your fault.
Your Honor, can we take a break?
Yes.
Yours.
Yes.
Didn't they just fucking get a break? Didn't they just have a long ass lunch?
Yes, they did.
What?
I'll see counsel at 7.
Miserable. Oh, she wants to see counsel. She's like,
why did? Yeah, but he
wrap this up, Alessi.
He jumped
you are
in.
taking too long.
He jumped in out of nowhere. I was like, "Can we get a break for the jurors?" Bitch, they just came back from break, a long ass break. Unless they ate lunch and now they're looking at this stuff. And someone's gonna puke. You think someone's gonna puke up their lunch?
Was it Alessi that said that, or was it one of the bailiffs?
One of the bailiffs.
Yeah, it sounds like something happened with one of the jurors. They saw the inside of the stomach, and they were like, "Now all my insides of my stomach are gonna come out."
It was like Jim. Sounded like. Really?
Yeah, we got a sick juror now. Rewarming the body also causes trauma to organs, which is what they were doing. So, I mean.
But it wasn't that graphic. Like, there's no way it was that graphic. Like, it's just.
We kind of
like,
saw it laying there on the in front of her. It just looked like a bunch of red.
Yeah, like, I see more graphic shit in my timeline.
Right?
For real.
Maybe they just have a juror with a weak tummy. Goodness gracious. This trial is so dramatic. I know. We shouldn't even be here. That's my biggest issue with this whole fucking thing. Is like we shouldn't even be here. State of Massachusetts likes to waste money, though. Am I a terrible person if I manage to eat my lunch during that testimony without issue? Absolutely not. Some people might think you are, but it doesn't bother me either.
They're not talking about stomach content. They're talking about
these ulcer things on the stomach or in the stomach.
Ulcer versus hemorrhages. Like she didn't note any ulcers. She noted hemorrhages. And I'm assuming that their expert is going to bring up that there is no ulcer. So he needs for her to say that there were hemorrhages, but basically no ulcers. And that ulcers would have existed if he had hypothermia. I know she said this last year. I heard her say this about these spots. I know she did. Now, he's saying it's not in her thingy, but.
Was it her that talked about it?
Yeah.
Hi, Teresa.
Do you want to switch now since we're on a break?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm kind of enjoying that. Like I don't have to do any of the pauses or nothing. I feel. Do you want to switch? I'll switch it to you.
No, I don't care. But I'm going to go at 4. Oh.
Yeah, but that's like an hour and 15 minutes away.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm chilling. I'm over here chilling. I'm looking up stuff on my computer. I'm finding all kinds of stuff. I'm like, no, I'm good. Yeah, this is what works for me.
Like this person
I like the lesson, but he needs to let this
was
go.
going to tell us, like, I agree, because like we're just dragging this on. I think she was much more effective last year for the defense.
Yeah.
So I agree.
Whatever
she thinks
it has to let it go right after she said, like, yes, it can and it's possible. Done. Like, end it there. Cut it off.
Right.
But I mean, I don't know what else he actually is. I mean, I don't know what the end game is for him to get out of her. So, but I just feel like taking this long to talk about the pancreas and the stomach and the ulcers and the Wisniewski, spots or whatever. I just think it's going to get lost. I mean, it's losing me.
I don't see why he has to have it. Like, if they have an expert that's going to say, whatever, it's not, they don't have to discredit her. She literally just at her baseline, she's good for them because she doesn't know what happened.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
No more unnecessary breaks.
All right, Mr. Lessie, you can continue where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh,
Yes,
thanks.
ma'am. Yeah, he was not around last trial.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification as MM, and you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document? It sort of start over to reorient. You recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
And what is it?
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as multiple ulcers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
I object to agree as a chalk.
I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a chalk
Yes, you
publication.
can.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter, and we'll use the.
Oh, so it's not in evidence?
It is not.
It's marked for identification?
Yes, marked for identification, and we are with it. Mr. Wolf? Dr. Scorti-Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the
We know what it takes to build from nothing.
That
That's
didn't
why
happen
we
on
make
Earth.
business formation simple and affordable. No hidden fees.
Like we had a whole lot.
They have a
You gotta get
darker
your premium,
coloration.
girl. It's gotta be an investment.
Mucosa, the folds of the stomach, they're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration. That's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
So he basically showed her something from a textbook, not John O'Keefe's actual stomach. So I'm sure he'll probably then bring up John O'Keefe's stomach and say, do they look the same or whatever? It's hard when we can't fucking see. I mean, this is ridiculous. And if that's in a textbook somewhere, like just put it on the screen.
If we could, with your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk, put side by side
There you go.
this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
The objection sustained.
Oh, for crying.
Could we, with your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes.
gastric mucosa?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scorti-Bello, that there are much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that for hypothermia in the presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
I think there's different levels and different grades.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again. So what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10, 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia, let's go to frostbite. Do you note any evidence of frostbite on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early morning? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York. My apologies. Do you know the weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29th, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2023?
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
They called it a nor'easter, right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusty winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusty winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down temperature in a wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill. Doesn't wind chill also cause greater effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on a human.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So, you saw no signs. No signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I only examined him at the time of autopsy.
So at the only time you examined him.
What a weird answer. Like, did you expect it to have developed and gone away by the time you saw him? Or did you expect it to not show up for a little while? Like, I don't understand. Did he fucking have, did he have frostbite or no? When you saw him, did he have any frostbite? No. Okay.
No.
So he had no frostbite.
Which is at the time of autopsy, you had zero signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So,
Dr. Sleuthie, now that you have gone through your this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way?
Oh, I love this.
Your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
No.
I'd like to move to another topic area, please.
We have to take another break.
You did not include in
Somebody Google
your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, there were no injuries consistent with a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate it all in your autopsy whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And could you elaborate to the jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
I'll allow that.
What I look for is some sort of bruise, either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not.
AB in Trouble
any
31.
of those
Thank you for your amazing videos. FYI. We appreciate you. Hey, Travis.
I'd like to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of that area of the decedent. You talked about ecchymosis, you recall that?
Yes.
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct? Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
No.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
There was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct.
Did your report at all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with a blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain from that impact back of the head a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
So if we could, Mr. Wolk, and with your honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid. And Dr. Scortibello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Let me that injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, I erroneously assumed that that picture was in evidence, and I would like to now properly lay the foundation if I could. Dr. Scorti-Bello, you see what's in front of you. Can we mark this?
So, Mr. Brennan, are you objecting to that coming into evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
That is like so over it. She's just like, whatever. Just put it in evidence then. Who cares?
I mean, I'm kind of ready for this to end too.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
I know, me too.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, I place before you what is in evidence now is 165. And Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish
Yes.
165? Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Dr. Scorti-Bello, that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt
Blunt
impact.
impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
Could be consistent.
If we could, Mr. Woke, have the laceration to the nose.
So he's essentially just going through each injury to see if it would be consistent.
Hold on a moment.
Is that what he's doing? Susie, I'm shooting for like 3:30, 4 o'clock my time. But it really depends on this.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate this going.
Okay, so like we can mark it.
166.
Oh, thank you.
There was something on the right knee, but it wasn't anything
Yes.
big. And he is just going through each injury.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, I have put before you what is in evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Wolf, publish.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With Your Honor's permission, I would like to Mr. Brennan. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate into evidence these two photographs. May I please have them marked as next to evidence?
So if we want some updates, so I'm looking at Sue's thing. Picture of John O'Keefe's stomach after it was removed. A court officer interrupts the judge to give the jurors a break. We are back. Alessi publishing a photo of a stomach from a medical reference resource. Judge does not allow a side-by-side comparison, so we see O'Keefe's picture again. Alessi now asking about frostbite. Oh, this is stuff about that. Jurors now paying attention to the frostbite question and answers. This is all testimony. Jurors have been pretty stoic since returning from the break. One of the consistent note takers just asked the court officer for a new pen. Alessi tried to, okay, so that's it.
Exhibits 167 and 168.
Thank you.
I'm going to do the same thing, if I may, Dr. Storti-Bello. I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also going to, with the court's permission, have them published.
Okay.
Whatever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you. With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries and these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes.
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
Correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Based on our answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Ask another question, sustain.
It's sustained.
Can you identify any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Objection.
So can you answer that, doctor?
I cannot.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Do you recall discussing?
So then, like, I would ask the pattern that you noted. So when you wrote in your notes or your report or whatever, that there was a pattern on his arm, like what particular pattern were you referring to? Like, what was your observation of the pattern?
Seeing it all on your direct examination. Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, a t-shirt or a hoodie, didn't make its way to you?
No?
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you have doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustained. Sustained.
You were not able to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of death, as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed. Yes.
I'm sustaining it, asked and answered.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
You're welcome.
Oh, goodness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leslie, Mr. Brennan.
I'm glad it's over.
Yes, me too.
Well, it's not over.
That is over.
Doctor, how many autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If
The question I'd be writing down is, of the over 1,200 autopsies you've done, how many of them did you have to rule undetermined manner of death?
the person comes directly from their residence, they may or may not be clothed. If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on.
Yeah.
Or
So both of those are bullshit because John O'Keefe's clothes weren't processed, whatever the fuck he means by that. And they did accompany his body on the floor.
On the floor of the ambulance and then on the floor of the hospital room.
Correct. Ask it not like a dickhead.
You were asked questions
Dumbass.
about your opinions relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe. And you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement?
I know this man is not saying that after he's been playing 3-second clips of Karen Reed, cutting her off mid-sentence and all that kind of shit. Like, what an idiot.
I think Brennan is in over his head. I agree with you. I think Brennan is in over his head.
Statement rather than just part of a statement?
Hank, come on, man.
Yes.
Oh,
when you were asked the question,
you know that Jackson's over there
counsel
laughing,
asked you,
looking at Yannetti like, what the fuck?
Do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago.
Okay.
But I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer. It was in response to a grand juror's question.
Yes.
And he read part to you, right? I understand your question. And my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alisi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
And not caused? That was the completion of her statement? Literally.
That's like the middle of the next sentence.
Yeah.
Idiot. And not caused.
Oh my God.
Sustained. You can show her the statement.
Okay. Oh,
yeah,
Hank.
Sustained, Brennan. Just go away.
Actually, take a look at part of your grand jury testimony. Do you remember Attorney Alisi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So
you didn't say my name correctly.
Witness look at it and
You asked about your entire answer or just part of it?
Objection.
He always does this. He makes it seem as though they're leaving out parts of video. They're not reading the whole answer. And literally they are, and it doesn't fucking matter. But he thinks if he just says it, then the jury's going to be like, I can't believe they tried to lie to us.
Yeah, well, that's what it is, because he's a manipulator. He doesn't want to win this case on honor or integrity or truth. He wants to win it on emotional manipulation. That's his entire tactic of everything. He does not care about the truth. That's how I feel about McClelland, and it disgusts me. I can't stand prosecutors like that. So, like, as boring as Lolly was, I feel like he tried to give the truth to the jury the way that his office sees it and laid it out there for the, here's the good, the bad, and the ugly, and the boring, when it comes to Lolly. But Brennan's a manipulator, and I have a visceral reaction to people like him.
It's not
and he's
even
also extremely leading the witness, which he does every time.
Yeah, it's not even just emotional manipulation. It's just manipulation in general. Even going all the way back to the pretrial hearing when he tried to say that basically the feds gave him emails between the defense and ARCA, when really it was that the defense gave him the emails between them and ARCA.
Right. He's a fucking liar. He does it all the time.
Well, he keeps doing it because there's never any repercussions. So, and he'll keep doing it as long as there's no repercussions.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
You can read the rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
So
Objection, Your Honor. How about calling him up to have a side boss so you can tell him to stop doing his fucking shenanigans?
Without reading it. Turn the paper over.
Come on, Bev. You would never let the defense do this.
So
you would have a sidebar so fucking fast.
Read it without reading it. She's like, try to memorize it real quick. Hurry up. She's like, what the fuck is going on here?
Also, just refresh your memory and then you tell me what the fuck you said. And that's it.
Do you remember the part that was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What the fuck, Hank?
Refresh your memory to the rest of your statement to the grand jury.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury.
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
No.
Sustained.
Jesus
You were
Christ.
shown a photograph of two individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yeah, tell us who they were.
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names.
You tell us, Hanky.
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names.
No,
Log.
not names, not necessarily names,
Badge numbers.
badge numbers. Yeah.
Yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
No, show her.
No, I don't remember their
Refresh my
names.
mind.
Can
Yeah,
someone
yeah,
just
but-
show us? For fuck's sake. So show us who it was. God damn. And regardless, it doesn't matter because what's his face said that he was the only one there.
Your Honor, if we need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a look.
I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor.
Of course.
Jesus Christ, what is the deal here?
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is,
98 degrees.
so there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
We don't know what it was when it started.
That's
You
right.
shared with us that you generally understood it was a blizzard and cold outside. Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
The body temperature.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, scope.
No, it's within the scope. Let's see if she's got the basis.
Really?
Nah, I don't think he asked her if she knew how quickly the body temperature would drop.
Rate that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors.
Mm-hmm.
Depends
Which you don't
on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the drop will occur.
You were asked if there was any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body,
Freezer
was there?
burns.
Objection, Your Honor.
What the
What the
fuck
fuck
is
is
there
wrong
any
with
type
you?
of
Rewind that for a
burns on his
second.
body that would suggest that
just
he
say-
was put?
He didn't say that.
He literally said, you were asked about frostbite. Did you see any
Yeah.
evidence of freezer burn?
Can
he's
you
a
fucking
piece of
rewind it
meat
again?
in
I
the
gotta hear
freezer.
him. He's such an idiot. This guy is so stupid.
Freezer burn, like your chicken nuggets have been in there
Type of
too long.
freezer burn.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
The
So
drop
fucking dumb.
will
Listen.
occur.
You were asked if there was any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Did she like almost want to laugh at him right there? She was like, "What?" He said freezer burn. Was there any
I would
freezer
say-
burn recorded on that healthcare app that fucking
I would
dumbass?
say, sir, so freezer burn happens when you don't close the Ziploc baggie enough and get the air out of it when you put your chicken nuggets back in the freezer. That's irrelevant to somebody's body. You said the right word, dude. Dude, you said the right word. The word's frostbite. You said it. You just said the right word. Why are you using a different word now? It's like when he said you didn't see the doggy prints in the yard, did you?
The doggies, this little doggy prints.
I literally can't.
Oh my God.
What an asshole. You were asked about frostbite, but did you see any freezer burn?
Yeah, we were asked about frostbite, but we're going to talk to you about freezer burn instead.
Oh, I just can't.
Was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was there any time?
The objection is he's a dumb motherfucker because freezer burn is not going to happen to John's body.
Type of
Or I'd say you were asked about freezer burn, even though I asked about frostbite. Was there any signs that he was stuffed into a freezer?
I hope Alessi pulls that up or brings that up on cross. And he's
It
just
has
like,
to. Alessi's eye has to be twitching. Like he's like me, and like he could not wait to get up and say something about the healthcare data. And every time Hank said it, I'm like, Apple Health, Apple Health, Apple Health.
Yeah. And he's
Apple Health?
like, it's important to call things by the correct name, don't you think?
I can't believe he just.
Brendan doesn't even catch on because he still comes up again and calls it a healthcare app.
I just can't. I'm sitting like, you're a grown man, right? You're a lawyer. You said the right word. You said frostbite. You know what we're talking about here. Why are you
dumbing? I really hope Alessi pulls this back out. I really hope he does.
Like, are you trying to dumb it down for the jury?
That this guy's a dumbass.
Like, do you think the jury doesn't know what frostbite is, but will know what freezer burn is?
I just wonder if they catch it, and I want to make sure they catch it.
There's no way that Alessi's eyes did not like glaze over when he just said that.
It's like, Your Honor, objection. This guy's stupid.
He's dumb. How are you running this case when you are just so dumb? The doggy prints, I've never in my life. I don't know which one. I guess that one was just more like, I'm laughing at you. This one, like, I feel like I could have a more intelligent conversation with my 7-year-old. He would use proper words. Track a cat. Oh, did you see any doggy prints? Well, Hank, if you could track a cat, you could probably track a dog. Next, they'll try to say the pig DNA on his clothes came from being in the freezer. Next to the freezer burnt bacon.
Burns on his body that would suggest that he was
Sustained.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling?
Is this man trying to say that when the defense is bringing up these things, that they're trying to intimate that he was put in a freezer at 34 Fairview? Is that what he's trying to do?
He doesn't have freezer burn?
Is that what he's trying to do right now? Is there any burns on his body that suggest he was in a machine?
He is actually talking about like a freezer. He's acting like the only way that the body temperature could have got to where it
is
was
in a deep freeze.
Is in a freezer. So that
or outside.
This third party would have had to have put him in the freezer instead of just leaving him outside. Nobody's ever saying he wasn't outside. I think that was the whole point in the first trial, was that they say that they took the body out the back door, which it was up the stairs and out that, like the cellar doors, like you could see from the back of the house, and then put him outside and then dragged him to the front later on.
But he's trying to, first of all,
nobody ever implied that he was put into a fucking freezer.
Well, he's trying, what he's setting up for himself to be able to argue is that the only way his body would have lost that much heat in that amount of time is if you remember Mr. Whiffin's experiment and with the phone, the only way all that stuff would have lost that much is if they were outside or in a freezer. And not for nothing, but who is weed eating back here? There's a sign not to touch my grass. I'm the get off my lawn. I'm the Evercracker around here.
Yeah, you are.
You don't have to rewind. We can rewind for you.
Weed whacker.
She's like, this is the stupidest shit I ever heard.
I think she kind of smirks when he says
was there
freezer
any
burn.
Type of burns on his body that would suggest frostbite? There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Oh, she did it. She did. She was like, oh, don't do it. Don't laugh.
She was like, nope, this is serious. Focus.
I bet you she talks to herself like I talk to myself. Remember I told you that I'd be like,
she definitely has internal dialogue.
Do not say it. She just said it just now. That's why she closed her eyes so much. She's like, Irina or Irene, whatever her name is. Don't.
Yeah.
Is it Irina? It's Irene.
Irene squirt of belly.
Squirt of belly. Her name is Irene. So she's like, Irene. She closed her eyes. Irene, don't
laugh.
I saw the muscle twitch in her cheek.
You did. I saw it. She was like, this fucking guy's so stupid. Do I say something?
I would blurt it out. Before I even knew that I was done thinking it, it would have came out of my mouth.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of...
Oh, she just almost again, she's like, why are you doing this? What are you doing? Stop asking me about the burns.
She's like, where's Ashton Kutcher? Am I being punked?
machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
Where?
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Bruno.
Even Bev's like, where are we?
You were shown a photograph, a chalk that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you
First
have
of all,
any information about
the chalks don't go back with the jury. Like, it was literally just an example.
what caused the condition that you saw on that chalk?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
You were
Let me put this
asked
chicken nugget.
about your role as a medical examiner, and there were a number of questions about your assessment.
I bet you he calls them chicken nuggies. Do you think?
Oh, you know he does. He's talking to his puppy. He's like, come here, little doggies. Do you guys want some chicken nuggies?
I bet he just has cats.
Come here, little Kiki.
What was the movie I was watching? And I might, if I explain this. Oh, it was the guy from Spider-Man.
Peter Parker?
It's fairly new. I want to say it was called Reasonable Doubt, but I don't. Maybe that is what it's called. Let me see. It was a really good.
Tom Holland?
Huh?
You talking about Tom Holland, the guy from Spider-Man?
No, that's not his name. There's another one.
Andrew.
No.
Tobey Maguire?
Yeah. No, yeah.
Like old school Spider-Man? I don't know where we're going with this, but I'm in it for the ride, guys. I'm in it for the ride.
What is the name of the show with the guy who is the lawyer? He works in a prosecutor's office. The lady prosecutor.
Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, him. Yes, him.
Yeah.
Yes. What's the name of the show?
Presumed guilty.
Presumed innocent.
Yeah, it was like an Apple one, like an Apple TV show or something like that.
Yeah, so it was actually really good. So Tommy, so you know who I'm talking about now, right?
Jake Gyllenhaal. Yes,
but
and
Tommy,
he was in Spider-Man. You're correct.
But Tommy, you know who I'm talking about?
Yep.
In that show.
I
thought for sure Tommy was the one that did it, like that entire time. But so
we can't spoil it if people haven't watched it.
Oh, well, okay. So there's like a scene where he like walks in and into his house, and there's like all these cats, and like he goes in, he welcomes these cats. Like that's how I see Hank Brennan. I think
that was a lot to get to that. We went through a lot of steps to figure out that you were talking about Hank Brennan having a lot of that was like hardcore trivia for me to figure out that he has a lot of cats.
Dude, I hate it. I'm still in the house. Like my ex-husband knew all the everythings, like every movie, like I would have been 2 seconds. I would have said, and he would have knew exactly what I was talking about. But everybody, I get so
I got there. It took me a little
while.
You
did, but my description, it's not, what I'm saying is it's not your guessing, it's my descriptions. My descriptions are not very, if you're not used to them, it's very all over the place. But yes, so I see Tommy walking once. You want some fancy feasts?
You want some fancy feasts?
My little kitties. My little kitties, the little paws.
Michael Osbrook. And I absolutely agree. We were talking about this earlier, that the state of Massachusetts just likes to waste money I mean, they paid fucking Gallagher $330,000 a year to be a douche nozzle and use a leaf blower.
Oh, God, that's a lot of money. That makes me sick. If I lived in Massachusetts, I'd be sick. People are back talking about wind chill. Yeah, the frostbite thing / freezer burn thing, depending on which side you're talking to.
So what was the wind chill that day?
Well, remember he tried to show her and she's like, I didn't know any of this. So like the fact that he's even asking about this right now is irrelevant because when she was on direct or when she was on cross, he wasn't really allowed to talk to her about this because when she was making her determination, she didn't know shit about that stuff. He pulled up the meteorologist's chart. Don't you remember? Like the first day of.
Mm-hmm.
So. See, here's the thing. No, see, I'm hung up on so as for the frostbite, there should have been frostbite on his toes, especially of the foot that had no shoe on it. He had no gloves on. His hands were bare and open. So probably his fingers, his eyelids, his nose, likely his ears. All of those things should have had signs of frostbite. But the only thing I'm not sure about is, so like in order to get, and this is why her answer this year can, like, I'm a little confused about whether he got hit his head and then like died right away or just became a little loopy and then like couldn't get up. Like it's not the same as it was last year, but you have to have live tissue to get frostbite because the frostbite, like the live tissue is what gets the frostbite. So you have to be alive. So I'm just curious how that would affect, like, for instance, let's say he's inside and dies inside, then gets put outside, then he wouldn't have frostbite. Or if he got hit and then died within, let's say, 30 minutes, right? Let's just pretend. Would he develop frostbite? I would think no, because he was dead, but I don't know. Do you hear that, Weed Eater?
I don't hear it.
I'm glad you can't hear it.
Yeah, no body, no frostbite, no lower limb injuries, no case. And then you have the physics of the matter telling you that that car did not hit that body at all.
Well, the jury has not heard that yet, but also here, like, we still haven't heard the actual accident reconstructionist of this trial. So I'll be curious to know, like, all I picture is Plevin's cartoon he drew. The cartoon with it where he picks the martini glass up in the middle of the road.
God, yeah, so stupid.
Sideways.
Perspective.
Yes.
Wait, I forgot what we were talking about.
And there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Yes.
He bores me. He's so boring.
Showing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a police report on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
And that police report, is that the police report that you considered?
Amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
11.
What's the date and time of that case?
This was initiated on January 29th. It says at 1941.
I have this marked for identification.
Okay.
May I hand the witness another document?
Let us mark it.
Oh, sorry, let me have that back.
Yeah.
QQ for identification.
Thank you. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Second document, was that another document in your file?
Yes.
And is that another report that you considered?
Yes.
How many lines is that report?
5.
I'd move to have this marked for identification, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit RR for identification.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the questions I asked you about logging in and refreshing your memory.
Mhm.
I'm going to hand you a document. I'm not going to ask you to read it aloud. I'm just going to ask you to look at it. Does it refresh your memory on the people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
Wait, what?
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
Did you say Mr.
No, I did not.
Did you
Keefe
do
and
any of
Corner?
your own detective work or investigation in this case?
I'm going to rewind.
Who the fuck is Mr. Corner?
No, I have no clue.
Of the criminal investigation team?
You just making people up?
Mr. Corner. Now I'm going to.
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
Wait, did I not go back far enough?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't know.
People who attended.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay, here it is.
Does it refresh your memory on the people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
Who the fuck is Mr. Corner? And why the fuck is he at the autopsy?
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were never, well, let me ask you. You submitted the death certificate on April 14th?
Correct.
Mr. O'Connor? Okay.
I want to talk about some of the
Mr.
things
Connor?
you may or may not have known about or considered at
Kerner?
the time you wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate. Were you informed or were you aware that before you filed your death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant
I'm going to allow it.
that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Were you aware of that
I became aware of it at some point.
during your 90-day window?
I believe so.
Were you aware that there was another first responder by
That
the
doesn't
name
make
of
sense.
McLaughlin who provided information that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant well, to Miss McCabe that she said, may have I hit him? Did I hit him?
Objection, may we approach, please, briefly?
Okay.
That doesn't really make sense. Connor Keefe, but she said one is Mr. Keefe, the other one is Mr. Corner. Mr. Corner? Mr. I don't know.
So what I don't understand is they said that they use their badge numbers to log in. So she wouldn't know. She would know
whatever
the badge.
they're looking at, the defense would already have. So that doesn't make sense either. Does Proctor write like Corner?
I wonder if Keefe put like Connor Keefe and she's reading it as two different things.
Well, Alessi's going to have to address
jurors, I want to.
I'm annoyed that he keeps coming back to this. Like, it's so like she does not care if the defendant said, did I hit him? Could I hit him? I hit him, 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 because she still has no clue what he was hit with or when. So it doesn't matter.
Obviously, it didn't matter. That's why it was still undetermined.
But he's trying to find anything that she maybe didn't know at the time she determined that. But the thing is, like Proctor said in his texts, he and Buchanan sent over like their entire case file, and they had all that shit. So she knew it all. I mean, they knew it all within 90 days. You know what I mean? They didn't learn anything new against her. He can't use these clips from Dateline. I think it's hilarious. Like, I would want to argue if he wants to say to witnesses that context is super important and that that part of their statements are being left out and therefore they are not in context and therefore they are not what they appear to be, then how is he ethically showing these clips of Karen Reed where he's cutting her off mid-sentence? He is hanging it all on I hit him.
Let you know that, like other evidence that was let in previously, this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the statements. It's coming in so that as it goes to Dr. Scorti-Bello's knowledge and state of mind at the time of her report.
Thank you.
Okay.
At the time of your death certificate that you filed, were you informed that a Jennifer McCabe had reported that the defendant said, did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't believe I knew about Miss McCabe.
Wait a minute.
Did you
I
multiple times? Did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?
Objection, Your Honor.
I just don't see why that matters.
I'm going to allow it.
I knew about Miss McCabe.
Did you learn that Miss McCabe reported later that the defendant, while speaking to first,
Laying his whole case on Jen McCabe. Does he still think she's credible? He's laying the whole thing on like Timmy and Jen.
Yeah. And we know Timmy's lying. Timmy didn't hear it.
Oh, catastrophe. It'll be objected to 100%, but I would absolutely say that just to have the jury hear it. Did you know?
Oh, that would be fucking amazing.
Yep. It's going to be objected to, but just say it anyway. Oh, I hope he does.
If Yannetti was up there, Yannetti would say
reported
it.
that she had hit him. Did you know that?
I was aware of that information later on.
Were you aware of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yes.
Were you aware that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
About their
Their observations?
yes.
Were you aware of an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
This just looks so weird
Were
to
you
him
aware
by him.
that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Were you aware of a report from first responder Anthony?
Okay, when she keeps saying yes, like now is the time to shut the fuck up. Stop asking this question because you keep asking her if she knew about all these things that are supposed to be incriminating statements. And she's saying she did know about them and she still wasn't able to determine how this happened. So what's the purpose of this? This is now the second witness that I can think of off the top of my head that he's done this to, where he's basically, one was Buchanan at the end there, where he basically just repeated the entire case. Now he's doing it with her.
And the Flamate about statements made.
Flamate didn't even testify.
I don't recall that particular first responder, no.
Who do you recall having statements from?
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police?
This sounds like a cross.
That the defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead.
Yeah, I was given that information.
See, every time she
And
says
the
yes,
questions
it
of
looks
did
good.
I hit him? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Were you aware of information that troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Were you aware of the statements that she made to the troopers?
Not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honors.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight, she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
I was not aware of that until much, much later.
After you filed your report?
Correct.
Were you aware of location data that was obtained from John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of healthcare data on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
No.
So?
Were you aware of statements from the defendant to various media outlets
So what?
before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Oh my God. I can't believe that
Did
this
anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
No.
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Wait.
I'll allow that.
So is he going to try to say this is not a frontal or rear impact? So where does he think John got hit by the car with? The side?
Trooper Paul, yeah, it's a side swipe.
Yeah, but
Paul
a side
did that
swipe.
side swipe and did the pirouette.
A side swipe of John's side, like one part of John's body, but it was the back of the car, he says, that hit him.
Well, it's the back right quarter panel.
Well, it's the right tail light.
Well, yeah, but that's the whole that's what I'm saying, but it's the back right corner.
Why did Hank tell them to pay attention to like the thingy at the
That's
top
where
of
Mr.
the
Corner is. That makes more sense now. Sorry, go ahead.
Why did he tell the jury when they went on their view to look at the top, like, I don't know what it's called, the lip thingy at the top of the back of the car?
No, because he's an idiot. I have no idea why he did that.
Would make it seem like, and the bumper would make it seem like he was going to imply that like that's what hit the back of his head. I don't know. This is a bunch of stupidity. You know you're gonna have to switch in 2 minutes. Unless you want just to keep play, which means you'll have to sit through ads if one pops up. You know, they should not be allowed to put fucking ads on these.
I know.
I mean, I shouldn't have to get premium. They should not be allowed to put ads on this.
You want me to switch? What time are you at?
It's 3:58. Oh,
no,
you
no,
mean
no.
on
What time are you at on the video? Silly goose.
I don't know. Like, it doesn't tell me exactly. Is this her?
This is like almost done, I think, Sleuthie.
Maybe minus 23?
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Hank, you are so dumb.
Were you aware of location data that
Oh,
was
fast.
obtained from John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of
He go to the bus stop.
healthcare data
Okay.
on
Am I at the
John
right
O'Keefe's
spot?
phone before you filed
What?
the death certificate?
Am I at the right spot?
No, I was not.
Were
Yeah,
you
you're fine.
aware of battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
No.
Were you aware of statements from the defendant to various media outlets before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
No.
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that because I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
How about cases where you've had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
How about a side swipe injury?
There it
that
is.
Different relative
Hey,
to your
Jennifer.
expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a side swipe impact?
Could be.
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration.
Yes,
And you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
correct,
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection, Mr.
That
Lewis.
is, Your Honor. There's not a question.
I don't know what he's doing.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be
I think at this point he's just trying to confuse the jury so they have no idea what the fuck she said.
consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry, what was
Could
it?
it be consistent with first aid treatment?
Anything is possible.
Anything
Do you
is
have any
possible.
firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
Did you know at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
All right, mister, let's see what you got.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scorti-Bello, this Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you had, in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken, is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report, yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
Do we remember a list of medications that John was on? I don't think I remember that.
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go right
Honor.
ahead.
I thought she said none also. And then he's objecting to it. He doesn't want this in.
Yes.
Dr. May I?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, may I stand by the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, I am
providing you with a document. Up at the top, it says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state what that medication is?
The fourth item is omeprazole.
Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes,
And that medication is?
it's an antacid.
Right, and so omeprazole is the trade name of omeprazole Pepsid?
I believe so.
And Pepsid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
He had stomach
And-
ulcers. I wonder if he already had stomach ulcers. Yes, Sleuthie. That's what I was just thinking.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers. And what medications can treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So, isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption,
It's possible.
as opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Attorney Brennan asked you questions moments ago, and actually several of them, of which included the words, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And isn't it correct that you had that information before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So, even though you had all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
So,
All right,
even with all of
doctor,
that,
you are all set.
you could not determine that John O'Keefe was put into a freezer and had freezer burn right next to the chicky nuggies. Correct?
Thank you,
Thank you
Your
very
Honor.
much. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
All right, so there's a motion that comes up that they argue here still. I don't know what the motion is, but we're not done yet. Sidebar.
The topic I would like to raise with Your Honor is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welter, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes, that
Okay.
my understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until not established, they had stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they had associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137 or so, where the statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period. On May 8th, not too long ago, Your Honor, we received an amended report of Shannon Burgess that pushes that time.
Okay, so just for some context here. So the ARCA guys had to come in and do the voir dire because they needed time to respond to the Aperture reports. So the Aperture reports were sent to the defense in January, February timeframe, but ARCA was not released by the contract with the government when it came to this case to be able to work for either side until the end of March. So they were not able to go back over all the stuff from like Welcher and see what they would testify to in regards to Welcher and Burgess's reports. So they had to do the voir dire, and then Bev gives them until like May 7th to turn their reports in, like they're with whatever they were going to do to reconstruct whatever Welcher was doing. So now May 8th, Aperture is sending something to the defense based on changing of a trigger time. So does this have something to do with the reports that ARCA sent them? I think that's okay. That's kind of where I'm at right now. So I'm going to keep listening.
Period. No, I'm just going to get. So, although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment, and he is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 1162.2 is further back in time, and it is past 12/31/43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor. It is 12/32/16. And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds, matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through.
Oh, this is based off of is this based off of Hyde's testimony where she had it written at the 12:31, and then the defense comes up and is like, no. The phone actually stops at 12:32, whatever. So now they can't have her hitting him and then him locking the phone manually. They're changing it.
Through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analysis. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the
It does, because what they were originally going with was what Hyde had reported of the 1231, and then Whiffen comes in and he changes it to 1232, whatever, and that the phone is manually locked. So they have to change the time to match what Whiffen said, not what Hyde said. So they have to make an amendment to what key cycle it was, because it can't be that key cycle that she hits him if his phone is still on.
Infotainment trigger 1162.2 of 1231.38 to 1231.43 is as of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation, among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's obviously, as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to evaluate that information.
I'll agree with that.
In terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA, it's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect it's had, we still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. And I believe, Your Honor, based upon the information that I have, that this may have been a calculated matter by the Commonwealth, but even assuming it's not calculated, the effect is pronounced. So what I want to do, Your Honor, is to look at what the reason Mr. Burgess has given, which leads me to be very concerned about a calculation and a strategy calculation here. Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffen's analysis. And Mr. Whiffen's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago.
Yep.
And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago. So to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture.
Yep.
And we are in a very, very almost impossible, challenging situation. So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the situation here. Our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all.
Jury's not there.
As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush. If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it. And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation, that Your Honor have the remedy be that the violation, remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its the information of Aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
All right. Do you have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right, and Your Honor, I'm going to answer your question, but with just a quick point that this is really much different than ARCA because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is a rebuttal to the prosecution's case. That is much different than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you
Right.
have
So-
another
so-
option.
It's
No.
not what I am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion in a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that.
I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't, given what's been going on, I haven't even had a
Right.
chance to talk to ARCA at
All right,
all.
so tomorrow morning, let me know that.
Oh, no,
All
no.
right.
Jackson's like, fuck this. No. This is going to be a fucking mistrial, bitch.
In Your Honor, I will do that, of course. And I will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Whiffen. I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that's been in existence now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my
It's already been that way.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Yeah. Come on.
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation.
Bullshit.
The Commonwealth, just like the defense, is entitled, continues to work on their case and study their case as
Bullshit.
time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue, has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone.
You are
recall in
fucking
my
kidding
opening
me.
statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of
Okay, then that would be fine. Then you show the variances between the report that you're talking about from Burgess, and then you show the difference in the time from the phone. And that's why there's two different times. What you're doing, Brennan, is trying to match that time with the other one. So your whole difference in times bullshit is bullshit. That's not what you're doing. You're trying to align it because you're wrong. Your whole theory of the case was wrong. You figured it out. And you're like, fuck, the jury's going to realize that he's opening his phone with his face and he's manually locking it after the fact, after the time that our expert is going to get on the stand and say she hit him. So how can she hit him and then after the fact, he's opening his phone and manually closing it? This has nothing to do with the difference in time for two different devices. If that's your theory, then stick with it and keep going with what your original report was. This is bullshit.
a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they may potentially call. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the texting data, the black box data from the car,
he legit trying to say that John O'Keefe's Apple phone always ran late. The Apple phone ran later than all the other Apple phones, just John's.
the event at 12:32:38, 12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements or 1232.16, last user interaction 1232.09, there is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate, that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the ways, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. Doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, just adds to the time.
Then why are you trying to change the key cycle time?
What he learned, from his opinion, is that Mr. DeSorbo was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event, of the ignition, on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before the collision, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moment when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction, and that reconciles with the data. It does not change the text stream data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARCA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now. The defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief, or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
Case in chief. On my case in chief, because we now have this available data. As I said, this wasn't ambush, isn't something that we sat on. It was in response. Fortunately, we received their expert report, which caused us to focus more closely.
Told you it was in response. They did it May 8th in response to the reports that ARCA was set by Bev to have to send over. So they have to change it, because now what's happening is that ARCA is going to be like, this is all impossible. This is physically impossible. And they're like, well, shit, let's fix this and go with a different keystroke or different key cycle in order to show that she had to have hit him after the 12:32, what was it, 12:32:18, whatever, I don't remember the exact seconds.
And now that we've identified that variance, rather than having an open variance of 30 seconds, we should not be precluded from favorable information that has been provoked by a report by the defense.
Okay. Yes.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
You don't do anything quickly, but nice try.
Attorney Brennan has provided a lot of information, and
word salad.
He has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong and the significance respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly. He said he referenced Mr. DeSorbo, who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within the reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So if, as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do. So, and it's Mr. DeSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. So that's an important point. with regard to Mr. DeSogra. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different. I agree with Attorney Brennan on that. The shortcoming for Attorney Brennan's argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept has been in existence in this case for over 6 months. I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So that is almost 6 months ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it. He already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not part of the first.
All right, I thought Burgess was, no?
No, neither.
Okay.
No one from Aperture was.
Yeah, I knew
Your Honor.
Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded.
Neither
familiar.
Burgess nor Welcher were
Okay.
part of the first trial, but they were retained. Aperture was retained, I believe, in October of 2024.
Okay.
And at best for the Commonwealth, Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. A more layperson's term is a variance of time. Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago, has a whole section on clock drift. That's not a new concept for him. He's just changing the drift.
Okay, so what I'd like to do, because I want to address the other issue and I don't want to keep people here too long, can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
In 60 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the last point I wanted to make, and I think I heard Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard. So if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding fetching reason to not allow it, because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The other.
Before we go into the next issue, let me do my best to put this down in very short terms so that it kind of comes across easier to understand. Essentially, what's happening is the Commonwealth went into this trial stating that John O'Keefe was hit at 12:31, and my seconds might be off. So if you guys know the exact seconds, please put it in chat. 12:31:38, based on the key cycle and based on the drive from Waterfall for her turning around and all of those things. So 12:31:38 key cycle is when they're saying that she was hit. They're experts, Commonwealth experts, create this entire reconstruction around the fact that this is when John O'Keefe is hit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have the defense team who has ARCA, and they obviously all have the same phone data that from John's phone that shows that at 12:32:18. I don't know the seconds. I might be wrong on the second.
Which event are you looking for?
The last action on John's phone,
12:32:16 is when he completes 36 steps.
Okay. And when's the phone lock?
12:32:09.
Okay. So 12, I said 18, and so it's 16. Okay. So 12:32:16 is actually when, if John is hit by this car, it would have to happen. So the Commonwealth now, after Hyde's testimony, Whitten's testimony, and the fact that the ARCA response to Aperture was due on May 7th, they take all of this new information into consideration, and on May 8th create a new report that says, oopsie, we got the time wrong, which means we got the key cycle wrong. Key cycles are confusing. So just to put it just very, very simply, the key cycle has to do with when she would have put the car into reverse and went back the 22 miles per hour to hit him. That's kind of, I'm just going to leave it there. It's way more complicated than that, but I'm just going to, for simple terms. So that key cycle registers to the Lexus. And so they picked a key cycle time that matched the 12:31:38. Well, they can't have that now. So now they want to change the key cycle time to one that matches the 12:32:16, which is, you're changing your entire philosophy, your entire theory of the case based on evidence that you've had since you collected it. And that should have already been given to the experts. And now the experts are only trying to change their mind. And this is why she asked, are you only going to do this for rebuttal, or are you going to do this during your case in chief? Because on rebuttal, that would be a rebuttal report, right? Okay, so ARCA gives us this information. We come back with this information. She may say you can do it for rebuttal, but you cannot do it in your case in chief because it is a Rule 14 violation, which means you did not turn over your information from your experts, your evidence to the other party in a timely fashion. This is what she's tried to get Jackson essentially kicked off the case for twice.
Yeah, I want to share the spreadsheet for just a second while you're talking about this.
Yeah, you're good.
So basically what they're saying, or what they're
does that help anybody? Does that, like, so far, is everybody kind of on the same page with what's happening? Did I do it well enough? Maybe looking at it will help. Okay.
So this whole trial so far, I'm gonna have to
get rid of us. Just put it on full screen here. There.
So
communist.
I'm trying to make it so that you can see the time too. Okay. So yeah, you can see the whole thing. It's just this one that was cut me off. Okay. So this whole time, what we found out in Whitten's testimony was that Aperture used Whitten's report and the phone data to determine that the time that Karen Reed's vehicle hit John O'Keefe was at this 12:31:38, which ended up being trigger event 1162-2. Okay, so they went through these triggering events and they were like, oh, well, based off of whatever, Doppler pocket state cleared or whatever, that this was when this happened. To put into context why they had to then change that Jen McCabe saw them out front and texted him at 12:31:47 and said, pull behind me. So her seeing them out front by the flagpole was what prompted her to say, pull behind me. Then you have the Doppler pocket state, 12:31:52. At 12:31:56, he starts taking 36 steps. So the idea is in this 18 seconds, in this 18-second period between 12:31:38 and 12:31:56, he got like thrown by the car, which threw into motion this 36 steps, 83.53 feet.
Yeah, because he's flying through the air, according to what's his name?
Welcher. No,
the other one. The one that already testified that said he so then they were like, he's just suspended in the air. Like, when does he land? What happens?
Oh, Paul from last year. So they're looking at this and they're going, okay, so then at 12:32:04, he unlocks his phone with his face. And then he reads the text message. And then he presses the lock button with his finger.
at 12:32:09, and then the end of this event is at 12:32:16. So the defense's argument was going to be, if he got hit by her car at 12:31:38, how did all of this stuff happen after that if he was immediately incapacitated?
Mm-hmm.
It's not possible. Okay. So what happened was the defense got put in trouble from Brennan bitching. And when that happened, she was gonna, like, he wanted Arca out for good. And she was like, no, sorry, can't do it. So you're going to have their new report, which was going off of Aperture's report that they just received. Arca was going to submit a new report, and it was due by May the 7th. Hank, when they got the report on May the 7th, was like, now I'm aware of how they're going to argue, and they're going to tell the jury that at 12:31:38, John couldn't have been hit because he was still checking his phone and unlocking his phone with his face. His face was obviously normal. He was not unconscious, and locked his phone with his finger. So he was still functioning. Yep. So they decided to then take Arca's report that was given to them on May the 8th, and they issued a new report on May the 7th, and then they issued their own new report on May the 8th, the next day. And now all of a sudden this report, which 8, 9, 10, so 3 days, the defense just got this 4 days ago. It took them 3 days to get it from the date that they apparently wrote it on May the 8th to turn it into the defense and say, oh, well, the reason that the timing is off is because John's phone is like 29 seconds slower or faster.
But the whole thing is, if that's the case, then you don't need to change the time. Then your time still works. Your triggered event would still be the same time frame. You don't need to change your trigger event. Why are you changing your trigger event on May 8th to match the 12:32?
Because they were using the phone data.
Well, yeah, that's my point. They're using the phone data.
So if John's phone data is let's say 29, I forget what exactly. So let's say 29 seconds.
I think that's what it was, something like that.
Did he say fast?
I don't know, but my point is that they already had that. That's already in the old reports about the time. So he doesn't need to change the key cycle, the trigger event, to match the time, because he already has it matched. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because
do you have to go somewhere?
Me? Not yet. No, Mike's home, so he's picking up. 2:15. I did.
What time?
2:15.
Can we just
2:10?
Can we just? I know people want to just keep going to finish it, but before we start getting murky, like, can we go back to where he says
Brennan?
About the trigger event? I'm not sure. Whoever said whatever they said about the trigger event, like whatever has been changed.
Oh, that's the very beginning of his argument.
It's surely not that many minutes. Because like the key cycle is not timed. It has no time associated with it.
Right.
So that can't be what they're talking about. It's not the key cycle. It must be that trigger event, that 1162-2. But so far, I don't know how they got that trigger event. It must be from the Lexus infotainment system stuff, which we've never seen before.
And that's what I think. This is what Alessi talks about right when it comes up.
Also, please do not.
Oh shit! Did I go too far? Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
The topic I would like to raise with Your Honor is timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welcher, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes.
Okay.
My understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until not established, they had stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they have associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137 or so, where the statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period. On May 8th, not too long ago, Your Honor, we received an amended report of Shannon Burgess that pushes that time period. I'm just going to get. So, although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment, and he is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 1162.2 is further back in time, and it is past 12/31/43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor. It is 12/32/16. And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds, matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analysis. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 1162.2 of 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. As of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation, among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's obviously, as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to evaluate that information in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA. It's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so
you want more of this? Or now, or are you looking for more specific info from when Brennan starts about the time, about the change in the clocks?
I mean, that's probably okay. So basically what I wrote down was Burgess. So their time frame of this 1162-2 was from 12/31/38 to 12/31/40. So only those 2 seconds. And now the amended report says the trigger occurs from 12/31/42 to 12/32/16.
Right.
So that would mean 32:16 is the end of John's steps. So it's after all the things that I just showed you. So they literally extended the time frame so that none of those things happen before the end of her getting hit by him getting hit by her car.
Correct.
Absurd.
Yes.
Okay, so now you can switch to Brennan. I want to hear what Brennan says.
Okay.
So we went from 2 seconds to however much that is. 30 seconds, maybe. Or 40. Yeah, 30.
Brennan.
40. This
Your Honor,
douche.
disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like
You tell me how somebody takes 32 steps away from a car and still gets hit by that car.
the defense is entitled continues to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue, has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. And if you recall in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they potentially called. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report, he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the text screen data, the black box data from the car, has a event at 12:32:38, 12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements were 12:32:16, last user interaction 12:32:09, there is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate, that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did.
So the defense expert actually did it right. Brennan's expert did it wrong, and then realized the defense expert did it right and was like, shit, I need to fix it because the defense expert did it right. So your expert is not a fucking expert. Just copy and pasting it and then making his own narrative.
He studied the data, he studied the ways, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. Doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, just adds to the time. What he learned from his opinion is that Mr. DeSorga was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before.
Wait, so he's still guessing. It's somewhere in the 30-second window, but now it's in the 21 to 25-second window. So it's still a fucking guess.
Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moments when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction, and that reconciles with the data. It does not change the text screen data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARCA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now. The defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is.
He is right. It doesn't actually change the data. It just changes the data that they're using to try to prove their point. And his witness had the wrong data according to him, and now he has the right data. But the data is still the data, which is what Alessi comes back up and he's like, hey, they've had this since we've had this information for years. They've had this information since they were hired in October of 2024. So bullshit that they're just now realizing that.
Did you intend to use it in your case?
Sleuthie, I lost you, and I don't know if you need any more of this part. I don't know where you went. Or if you want to skip to the next. There's one more matter they have to take up, and I don't think it's very long. I'm going to fast forward to it, because then I have to go pick up a kid from school.
Clocks and what their significance was. Changing the drift.
Okay.
Changing the drift.
Okay. Too long. Can you
There's nobody
about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan?
I don't know why I disconnected on my computer. I'll have to look at it.
Okay. I fast forwarded to the other issue that they have at hand. So, and hopefully we can probably wrap up before I even have to leave. Hopefully.
Okay. And I would not give her another option. I would absolutely not give her another.
No,
the options
yeah, I
I
agree
just
with
gave you are the options. Don't give her another one because she's looking for another one.
Right.
DACA materials. Would expert, what's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire.
On the late calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found discovery violations. Your Honor has found.
Oh, fuck yourself.
That I want to phrase this properly, the efforts of the defense were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled the government's objection and has stated that it is going to allow the defense to proffer two expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case. If you're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had the time to review, to prepare, and to address it. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof. The Commonwealth has.
What's he even talking about?
To prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence.
What is it?
The most critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Wexler. As you know, he was away. We did not get a report until maybe May 7th. We did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case to the jury.
Is he
still in the process of
is he upset about the amount that is in the report from ARCA that he got on May 7th? Is that what the issue is?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Okay.
Like he's just talking.
There are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple four opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are.
Oh, so he's bitching about what ARCA put in their new report.
That's what I'm thinking.
This is deflection.
Requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then preparing testimony to address the claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARCA witnesses.
Oh, Jesus.
That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARCA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials, do his testing, provide opinions. None of that is going to happen anytime soon because he still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes.
Oh, so that means he may be adding more
tomorrow.
Right. So now, which was an issue. So the whole thing that the defense argued about the ARCA experts and why they needed the leeway in the time was because they're essentially the rebuttal witnesses to Welcher and Burgess. So they already have their experts. So now he's upset that ARCA's rebuttal has so much more info that his guys need to go look over it in order to rebut what they said. I don't know. I don't know what she'll do here. I just don't. I don't get that.
Saturday, we were going to try to begin to prep at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
So what we would like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare.
Yep.
If either of these
give them the time to go back and look at all the ARCA stuff and use it for the rebuttal.
ARCA witnesses testify, and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now. So by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues, not the older issues or regurgitate his testimony, but to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders, and so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided, presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new, and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No, because Dr.
Of course not.
On Shannon Burgess' information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, this presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide the background information.
Right. Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARCA and the information of ARCA, it's very important analytically to put them in their two proper buckets. The first bucket is the information and opinions of ARCA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on
Okay, good, because my pithy conclusion is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that.
So we're focusing just on the quote new information bucket. Your Honor, it's very important to understand that what ARCA is doing is in response to the testing of aperture.
Exactly.
ARCA did not come up with new
on their own
approaches. We, again, to state the obvious, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward. And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what aperture has done.
Right.
So I do not understand.
Why does Hank think he gets to rebut the rebut?
If you will.
That's what I was saying a minute ago. I'm like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I mean, they go back and forth, but ultimately in the end.
If he wants to rebut the rebut, then what's stopping the defense from then rebutting the rebut? Like what is he even talking about?
Has the burden of proof. So.
Yeah, and then the defense gets to rebut it. Period. That's like saying, okay, I mean, literally what Hank is saying is anything that they put up, we should get a chance to come up with evidence we don't have.
Yes.
And testimony that we don't have in order to prove that they are wrong. It's like, no, you're supposed to do that to prove your case. If your case is proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then it doesn't matter what they're saying.
Well, your data is still your data. I think that's kind of the whole issue. What you choose to do with your data and how you choose to test it is up to your expert. So I don't know. That's why I was like, ARCA is a rebuttal against their witness, so it doesn't make sense that they're just going to come back and go back and how far does it go? But I get like the Commonwealth has the burden, so she's probably going to allow this. I think she's going to allow this.
What are they trying to force a mistrial? Like, do they want the defense to ask for a mistrial so that they can then go back and do it? Because they know that she can't, like, they'll know everything again.
Yep.
Again, they'll know everything that the defense is going to do, say, everything else. And second, she's paying for these people.
The whole thing is that the state should have already been able to prove that Karen Reed hit him with the car. They should not have to change any fucking thing in order to prove that Karen Reed hit him with the car. Why do we need to change the trigger events? Why do we need to change the times? Why do we need to change anything when all the data is the same fucking data that you've already had?
100%.
All right, here we go.
That's being proffered for Aperture. Now with regard to the time period, Your Honor has already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new information from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, and with Dr. What you said, when can you get me the information? And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline. They did it. We proceeded along with the trial with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided. I do not understand.
So I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time, but Your Honor didn't leave open that you were going to continue to address this matter as if the defense is making perpetual violations. There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the Commonwealth, positing that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan is seeking is improper. What it's seeking is the most extraordinary situation, which is have Aperture come before the jury, testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have Aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right. I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts the order of proof. It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double rebuttal, surrebuttal to the defense. I believe, Your Honor, the final point is if Your Honor is inclined to give Aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still open. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is that we follow the proper order of proof. We determine when Aperture can conclude its review of the ARCA work, and that there be a reflection that keeps the order, namely that the prosecution comes in with Aperture, Dr. Welcher, and Mr. Burgess, and then the defense, as part of its case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain witnesses here from our witnesses and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Lessie. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our
What? That has nothing to do with anything. She's like so. Wait, so if the defense puts on a defense, are you still thinking that it's going to take about a week and a half? That's
really? That's what she's thinking about? She's thinking about the jury's time? Well, ma'am, maybe don't let him.
I need a fucking vacation and a Mai Tai.
Well, too bad for you. You should listen. This should already be done with. So
yeah. All right, hold on.
Our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this because obviously you have no burden. If ACCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
Okay, I haven't made a final decision, Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information now, so I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
That makes sense.
All right.
Okay, so she's asking because she needed to know when they were going to testify in order to figure out what timeline she can go ahead and approve Welcher and Burgess to be able to do a rebuttal to the rebuttal. So that's what that whole thing was. All right. So that, dude, the end of this gave me a headache. I was contemplating doing a Delphi Live. People are messaging me a lot, telling me that the behavior panel was a really bad video.
I heard they praised Jerry, and I don't care to hear that.
I don't care to hear that either, so I'm not sure I'm going to do that. I may look into some of the Idaho stuff to see what's going on there because he had a hearing today. We found out that Hippler is going to let the trial be streamed. We also heard that Hippler is okay with opening a special investigation into gag order violations for the leaks to Dateline.
Yeah, I actually just literally posted about this, but I forgot to add the document pages.
So I know I may look at that, but after this, I'm fucking tired, and I may not do anything tonight except for sit down now that my husband's home and maybe just enjoy a night with my whole family in the house. So I guess we'll see. We'll see what the plan is for dinner. If live pops up, a live pops up. If it doesn't, then I'll see you guys tomorrow. But Sleuthie has field day in the morning, so we cannot start early. We will be starting at 8:30 my time. Or if I can get on a little bit early, I'll do a little bit early. But that's 9:30 Mountain, 10:30 Central, 11:30 Eastern, and across the pond, you guys have to do your own math.
And I'll be here. I should be back like 1:30-ish.
So that works out. It'll be perfect. So we'll get it all sorted. And you have fun at field day. Like I said, and I don't know, I'll peek at the behavior panel thing. I'll peek at the Idaho 4 stuff. I may just chill and watch Diddy stuff because I know I've been enthralled with that lately. So like I said, if a live pops up, a live pops up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm going to go pick up a kid from school and then we'll see what happens.
Okie dokie.
But as always, thank you guys. I know you guys have 1,000 other places you could hang out, and you guys choose to hang out here with us, and we love you for it. And in the words of Sleuthie Goosie,
love you, bye.
Do you dare to fall